Loud and clear. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to our November 6th Committee of the Whole meeting. The City of Parksville recognizes the people of the Coast Salish Nations and their traditional territory upon which we gather with gratitude. Coming up first, someone we haven't seen for a while. Staff presentation from Mrs. Holmes, our Director of Finance. Would you please provide us with your presentation? Welcome, Jetta, and good morning.
Good morning. Here we are again. I just want to note we have most of our team here sitting in the back, so they'll be here to respond to questions. And I thank them as always for really providing all the information that's in our financial plan and the PowerPoint pictures, et cetera, today. So we'll call on them as needed. So today is the general fund. Yesterday we covered off water and sewer funds. And so there's a lot of different departments to look at today. I encourage you, as yesterday in our committee of the whole, to ask questions as we go. And if there's resolutions you want to make on some of the decision items today, I welcome that. Otherwise, we'll carry them forward to a subsequent meeting for your final decision.
Thank you, Jetta. And before we get going, I'd just like to allow staff or council the opportunity this time. If you had any pressing questions that you realized that kept you awake all last night that you didn't get a chance to ask from yesterday's presentation, it's okay to ask those now. No judgment. None? Okay, let's carry on with today's presentation. Thank you, Jetta.
With that segue, I'll just provide some follow-up information to an item that came up yesterday. And that was with respect to the water treatment infrastructure fee that is charged on the water bills when we bill those out. So what I know about the multi-unit or multi-property billings is that typically every unit pays the water treatment fee of $20. So if we have an apartment building, that number of units in the building pays times 20, even if we only have one water meter. So I checked with Shannon and confirmed that. When we have stratas like Craig Bay, for example, again, the number of units is in our system and that is billed out at $20 per unit. The one that is a little bit complicated is where we have mixed use on the same property. So a mix of commercial and residential, and they have a completely different billing structure that doesn't include a per unit water treatment plant fee. So that was a decision that was made when we changed over our water structure a number of years ago. So as we move forward in looking at the drinking water study and possible changes to that rate structure, it may be that we go back and look at some of those mixed use properties, because as you know, some of our densification in the downtown core is seeing properties of that nature, right? Where we've got commercial on the bottom floor and residential upstairs. So at this point, those are charged differently and not charged that $20 infrastructure fee. But all of those others that we talked about, the stratas, the condo units, things like that, even if there's just one water meter, we are collecting that fee on a per unit basis.
That's great, Jed. I think if as long as we put a placeholder in the times when we decide, and perhaps it is at the comprehensive water study presentation for when we're considering rates and possible changes and improvements to that, if we can make sure that that's on the agenda at that particular time, because I know of a number of projects just in my head right now that are exactly that situation, and there's a couple other that are in the gray zone of whether they receive it or not, and whether that water billing looks like. And we want to be fair to all of our residents, but make sure that others aren't paying while the other ones are. So if that's included in the agenda at that time, I'm good with that. Thank you very much for looking into that for us.
Yeah, no worries. Just one comment today. Departments have updated the metrics that we typically provide as part of the financial plan. Just a note that for 2025, it'll be year-to-date numbers, so they may not show as completely comparable. We've still got 2 months of operations for some, and we can update those in the spring for you. As noted, today we looked at this yesterday, but today we're covering off this box that is the general fund, which is a lot of what our residents think are our kind of basic operations within the city. And these are the operations that are generally funded by property taxes, although we have some fee revenues, and we'll go through those today. I won't go through this again either. This is just our time frame that we're looking at. We're on our second day up there of our committee of the whole, and so we'll keep moving forward on our timeframes with respect to that. A reminder that everything you see today is that core financial plan without any upgrades or enhancements. It's items that are considered required by safety or regulatory or legislative requirements. But everything that was a service level last year has just been updated to costs that we expect in this 5-year plan. And so you'll see as we move through the minor capital and the capital, this often includes significant maintenance items that are considered non-discretionary in terms of our asset management programs. So I'll highlight those for you as we go through. And as always, if you've got particular questions on those, I can respond to those or we can call on staff that's here today.
Thank you, Jed. I see Councillor Gore has his hand up. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Yeah, just a typo. I think, Jed, on your first slide, says 2060 to 2030 financial plan, just for your situational awareness.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah, 2026. Yeah, 2026. Yeah, I see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So as we went through this yesterday, but just a reminder so that today when we're looking at our property tax increases, right now in the financial plan, we've got a 5.8% total with a 4.6% base increase included to fund what we'll talk about today. So that's our starting point. Any changes to that would come from direction specifically from council. Again, you've got the large copy of the bylaw spreadsheet in front of you but we're going to look at it kind of broken down on the sheet specifically up here, but just so you've got a full sheet there for your reference. And this is just the high level. We'll go through these kind of line by line through the slides, but just looking at our funding sources year over year is about a $10 million increase. A large part of that 10 million is the $7 million strategic priorities fund grant that we have in our financial plan, even though it hasn't been approved because that's what's required by our grant applications. So that's a very significant part of that. The other significant change that you'll see highlighted there is the developer contributions. And we've got some funding coming from developer contributions related to the Alberni Highway sidewalk project, as well as the Parksville Pathway. So we'll go through that in the capital plan, but those are kind of our most significant changes outside of property taxes. Looking at our expenditures, year over year, we have an increase of about $770,000. What you'll note as we go through department by department is that as compared to the prior year, there's very few changes in expenditures, and our staff has done an amazing job of moving funds around and really trying to balance it without too much increase. So where we do see the changes and the variability is in our minor capital items where we've got those major maintenance and other projects as well as capital. But in terms of nearly $30 million of expenditures, there's only an $800,000 increase over the prior year, and you'll note a number of decreases. One of the things that I raised yesterday that is reflected in here is that we consolidated our staff conference and training budgets into the corporate admin department. So you'll see decreases in each of the departments and that increase on the corporate admin side. So that accounts for some of the decreases, and I'll point that out as we go. At a very high level, the most significant increase here is in our general government. What I'll point out with that is that there's about $200,000 increase in minor capital. There's also the costs of the election in 2026. So that is part of that increase as well. And then that training of about $130,000 total has been moved into that account. So that also accounts for some of that increase. So that results in a surplus from operations of about $9 million. And then we look at all of the other items below the line, we kind of call that. And that's where we've got 25 million of capital expenditures this year, which is about 9.3 million higher than last year. again, a large part of that is the amount that's included for the fire hall renovation is reflected in here. And council received a report on that as part of an amendment earlier this year in terms of applying for that Strategic Priorities Fund grant. So we'll see that in the capital plan, but that's certainly a really big part of the capital expenditures amount. As well, there's, as I referenced yesterday, higher infrastructure project spending in this year, and we'll go through the details of that as well. In our transfers from reserves, the 2025 number reflects that large reallocation from unrestricted surplus last year, about $15 million. So we aren't transferring that much less in reserves. It's just reflective of what was in those 2 years. So we'll go through the particulars of that as we work through the minor capital and the capital and what reserves we're using to fund various projects. Transfers to reserves, again, we've got that anomaly of the transfer from unrestricted over to distribute to some of these reserves. But we've got 5.5 million being transferred into reserves in the current year. And those, of course, are general fund reserves. That includes our nearly $700,000 that is funded by the gas tax as well. The transfer to water and sewer funds is related to the amount that goes into their capital funds that we talked about yesterday, the 0.3% of property taxes to water and 0.2% of property taxes to the sanitary sewer fund capital. You'll note that in 2026, the long-term debt principal payments are zero, and that was the debt that matured that was related to the Resort Way improvements. So we're done with that debt now, so there's nothing in the current year on that. So that leaves us with a small surplus of about $46,000. We'll go through and when we look at the reserve transfers and understand some of the amounts that are in here related to carry forward from reserves and surplus. For example, we've been putting money aside for the election. So in the current year, we bring $50,000 in from the reserve related to covering those election costs. And for example, there's some staffing offsets in here related to vacant positions where we've essentially carried that funding forward. So we'll walk through those when we look at the reserve transfers.
Jenna, could I ask a question right now? What is the approximate cost of, you said about 50,000 for the election anyways pending in 26. What is the total, like we're transferring 50 grand, but what's the total for estimated for holding a municipal election?
Yeah, the costs that are included is about $60,000,
Okay.
but we do get a recovery from the school district because we administer their elections as part of our election. And so they have a cost share with us on that because they don't kind of set up their own ballots and all of that. Well, they have their own ballots, but they don't have their whole election on their own. So we do get some cost recovery on that from the school district.
Okay, so it's all in, it's about $60,000.
Right, that's the cost
Right,
that's included in the expenditure budget.
Small price for democracy.
Right.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. At a high level,
Question there, please.
Oh, go. Yeah, I didn't see your hand, Amit. Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Sorry, thank you. Jetta, can we go back one more slide, please? Yeah. So 1.4 million is the increase from in taxation. Maybe one more slide, I think.
okay,
Back one more.
here,
Yeah,
the
so
revenue.
Yeah, it's in the revenue, the taxation increase is 1.4 million. Off that, how much is the new build that's contributing to that taxation? Any idea?
Through the mayor. I don't have that number yet. The preview roll will be out by BC Assessment tomorrow. And so we'll have an indication of what that non-market change number is then.
Thank you. And on the next slide, I have another question about the operating surplus. Maybe one further. Yes. So the surplus from operations is over 9 million.
Mm-hmm.
And we are, just help me understand this slide. So we are transferring that surplus to the non-operating items, like all the reserves. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, not exactly. It is mostly ends up kind of funding capital at the end of the day, but that is often via, contribution to reserves that then is used to fund various capital projects. But the transfer in total to reserves is only 5.5 million of that. And so some of it goes towards other items as well. The amortization kind of is included in the top part of the expenditures and then removed earlier or later on to come up with our cash kind of flow related to this. So that 9 million also includes that amortization amount.
Okay, and sorry, Mayor, if we can go back one more slide, back to one slide. So
is this the right one, or did you want to look at the expenditures one?
The expenditures, please. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So our expenditure is about 1 million more for the government services, 1.4 or something, isn't it?
The general government services has increased 424,000.
So if we are taxing more for this in the proposed financial plan, and we are putting more into the operational surplus, why are we doing that? Like, why are we creating a surplus by taxing more for this function? Like, for example, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it looks like we are proposing a higher expense for the government services, but in the end, we end up having a surplus in the operational account.
Through the mayor, I don't think it's quite as straightforward as that, Councillor Gore, because if you look at the very bottom where we've taken all the ins and outs, including capital, including those ins and outs to reserves that fund a lot of the capital and the minor capital that's included in the expenditures in the top part of the financial plan, we actually only have a small surplus of $46,000. And that's including some offset with carrying forward funds as well that have been taxed in the previous year. So I would suggest that the additional taxation, when we look at extra projects this year or other funding that may be required that I'll highlight to you today, there may actually be a higher level of taxation needed in order to balance some of these things. So perhaps if we work through all of the slides today and that's still a question, maybe we can drill down on that a little bit more. But I think once we work through all of these various sections, it might become more clear where that extra taxation goes to.
I think you're right, but it's just looking at the percentage increase from last year. So if our operational surplus is so much higher, that got me thinking, like, why are we have so much of a surplus? But you're right. I see your reasoning behind this, and I see the in the end the net surplus is only 46,000. Yeah, right. So perhaps we need to go through more slides. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And we will drill down on some of these. If we look at the transfers from reserves, you'll see that we've got a transfer from future expenditures and carry forward funds of $1.2 million. And so that's amounts that we've taxed in the past that we're bringing into this year, either projects that are carrying on or items like the election where we've been collecting those amounts each year. And now that we have the expenditure, we bring forward that reserve to offset. So we're not actually taxing an additional amount in the year because we have an election. It's been accumulated already over the last number of years. But happy to drill down with that later if that's still somewhat confusing after we've gone through the details.
There we go.
Okay. On the minor capital at a high level, you'll see that we have a small drop in minor capital expenditures. We're going to go through each of those departmental areas to break down the projects as well as the funding on that. But you can note there that last year we spent about 846,000 of operational funding. So that would be coming from property taxes mostly. And this year's 809,000. So that's where on that top part of this schedule where we see the non-recurring items, we want to make sure that we have enough funding to cover some of these items that aren't considered recurring, because the 846,000 was comprised of a whole bunch of different projects than the 809,000 this year. So we'll go through the details of that and including the various funding things that we would recommend. Similarly, with the capital summary, $25 million of capital planned for 2026. It was 15.8 in 2025, with the biggest increase of that, of course, being in the fire department. And we'll note there that about 1.8 million increase in operations, roads and drainage, and that really relates to that increase in infrastructure projects. But again, we'll work through this and see where we're spending some of those reserves, including working down the gas tax and the Growing Communities Fund, which do have deadlines for spending. So we want to make sure we're making commitments here that show that as spent. Okay, drilling down then in some of the details, kind of working through line by line that spreadsheet that has been provided. On the taxation revenue, as we saw on that summary spreadsheet, we've got a 4.6% increase in base, and then an additional 1% that goes to capital reserves and 0.2% to the protective services reserve. And that generates about 1.3 million in extra revenue. At this point, we don't actually have the assessment rolls, so we may have a windfall out of this if we've got a lot more new construction, that non-market change, or maybe our 1% growth assumption will be bang on and we'll be around this. So I hope at our next meeting to be able to bring you some analysis back on that. With the rate change as it's built in right now, that would be approximately $122 for a residential home in Parksville valued at $750,000. So just that's about the ballpark number that the RDN is using as well. So just trying to make sure that residents are seeing kind of a comparable amount. So, but again, once we have the BC assessment roll, we'll see what is actually the average amount for a residential home. And then we can do a more fine-tuned calculation on that. So this puts us at total property tax revenue on this basis of about $21.3 million. In our financial plan, that number is a little bit different because it not only includes the property tax, it also includes the library requisition, which is 1.1 million. The library is similar to the wastewater we were talking about yesterday. It comes into our financial plan and leaves our financial plan in the exact same amount. So there's no impact on our city's taxation. It just happens to be on our property tax notice. Similarly, there's a amount in here of 350,000 ish to for 1% utility taxes, and that relates to essentially property taxes paid in lieu by utility companies like Fortis and BC Hydro, and so those amounts add up to about $350,000. We receive notification from all of them because it's based on a legislated or by contract percentage of revenues and things like that. So that amount is also included in the taxes line that is in the financial plan. And then the final item is grants in lieu that is paid by provincial and federal governments of about $55,000. And that relates to their properties within the city of Parksville boundaries.
I have a question on that particular line, Jetta, the grants in lieu. They're showing us $54,000 and $55,700 in 2026. That would be covering the grants in lieu buildings such as the OHC, the Oceanside Health Center. Would that be included in it for the city of Parksville? Or do we know it off the top of your head? I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
I'm going to turn around and look at Marley because I actually don't know the specifics. Do you, Marley? No. I can follow up for you as to which specific properties, because some, as you know, are statutorily exempt, right? And then there's some that pay this grants in lieu number. So I can follow up and get the particulars for you on that, but I don't actually know. Right.
Yes. So there's other buildings in the city as well that are actually by BC assessment are assessed as zero. So that kind of nullifies any tax coming from that particular property. Okay. Just be interested to know anyways moving forward on what we have for provincial or federal buildings in the area. Thank you. Right. When we're looking out at the 5 years of property taxes and the increases in rates that we showed there, there is some analysis to be done related to 2027 because we've had a long-term downtown tax revitalization exemption that I think will be coming back on stream. But this year we have a new one that's will be exempt for the next 5 years, as well as a lot of construction going on. So the roll isn't quite as predictable as it has been. So we'll get some indication with this year's roll, but
later in the presentation, we'll be looking at some things that I may suggest we defer till 2027 when we expect maybe that property tax number will bump up a little bit more than just coming from the tax increase, where we actually have value coming back on that will be back in the tax roll.
Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And if I may, I'll make a suggestion, Jetta. Like when we have this revenue slide, maybe somewhere in your presentation, it would be good to have sort of a comparative what the taxation we collected for cities operations, but plus also how much we collected, let's say, for the RDN and other entities that we collect, because it gives us a sort of a sense of how much is an average taxpayer in Parksville is paying out of their pocket in the end, right? So I don't know, a slide that shows, this taxation, but also at the same time, how much people are paying for the RDN and the school board and the hospital district and all that. So it gives us a full picture of how much is coming out of people's pocket in the end, even though it like that portion doesn't come to us, but it's still too good to have that awareness of what's going on.
Councillor Wood, can you shed light on this?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And to Councillor Gore's question, I don't know how many people are watching live or will watch this meeting. I would say this is kind of more for us than the public, even though this is a public meeting. And with the tax requisitions comes this amazing brochure that the city puts together. And I have it on my screen, City of Parksville, 47%. Vancouver Island Regional Library, 3%, RDN, 11%, our regional hospital district, which of course we know is not a small number, 9%, RDN wastewater, 8%, province of BC school taxes, 21%, BCAA and MFA, 1%. And so that arrives in the mailbox with people's taxes and has for probably years. And so I think it's a great point, of course, because we want to create a really good story that is complete for the people who are paying their taxes, but that does come in the mail for everyone to take a look at each year. Thanks.
So comment, Jetta, if you would comment as well.
Through the mayor, what I would suggest, and happy to prepare that, Councillor Gore, we typically look at that analysis in our spring financial plan, because at that point we have the numbers from other jurisdictions. And you would have received that as part of our presentation in April this year. At this fall financial plan, we don't have all of those numbers yet. We just have what they charged last year, which, as we know, and as shown by the RDN's wastewater numbers yesterday, we can have very significant increases in their current year's financial plan. So typically when we're looking at actually setting the rates in the spring, of course, we'll set a preliminary tax rate here as part of this financial planning process. But it's typically in the spring where I bring that analysis to council so that you can really truly understand, okay, there's that pressure coming from the RDN, and we highlighted that yesterday with respect to 2027. And then we should have the numbers from other organizations as well, so that you can reflect on that in setting final property tax and utility rates for the city.
Well, if I may, Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, a couple of things. I agree that it's early for us, but I think even like last year's comparisons will make things easier. And Councillor Wood mentioned about the brochure that comes out. Yes, for me, it was for us who make decisions on the Parksville taxation was my intent, so we can make an informed, bigger picture decision that what actually is coming out of people's pockets. So yeah, like even if there was a slide that shows the total acquisition for 2025, this was the RDN and the other entities in Parksville, I think it gives a full picture. And also, Jetta, I could be wrong, but you folks are in constant touch with the other entities and what's expected. So even if it's, let's say, a rough draft of the financial plan for 26 for other entities and acquisitions, that I think will give me a better sense of how much actually is we are taxing our people, not just for the Parksville portion. So that's the reason for my curiosity on this.
Through the mayor, Absolutely. We can bring you the historical data. My concern with council looking at that analysis or relying on it is I expect some of those numbers will be very, very significant. For example, I have absolutely no idea what to expect from the school district and the school taxes this year. That's a number we have no consultation on. It shows up at the very last minute before we do our property tax notices. So it's not even a number I can typically bring to our April financial planning process. And just like our financial plan, the RDN board and the hospital board will be looking at things that may change their preliminary financial plans significantly. So I would not want to bring their preliminary plans, and those would be the only ones that we would have some access to. The library approves their financial plan very early, so we do have that one, but I'm happy to bring last year's numbers. And as Councillor Wood highlighted, we can understand what the proportions are, but what I see in just about all financial plans in all jurisdictions is often very wild swings in the numbers, and I wouldn't want council to make too many decisions based on preliminary numbers until we have that in the spring. But happy to bring that analysis from 2025 at the next meeting.
Yes, and thank you for that, Jetta, too. It's a little premature at this particular time. This is the November sessions here. We know it's going to be coming up in the spring as well, and I wouldn't want to bring up possible predictions or forecasts of what could possibly be, because then that number is going to be misunderstood for anybody that does watch our very public meetings. And so I really don't want to enter that level of confusion, maybe false hopes or incorrect.
Right.
So, because a lot is coming, and we know at the RDN level, we see the preliminary numbers going around. And so we haven't finalized that yet. So we're
Right.
ways off yet. So anyway,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks. In addition to the property taxes, we have various fees and charges revenues, and this chart just highlights the year-over-year changes in that. Some of the most significant ones here is our solid waste collection. And as you know, we collect the revenue through our invoicing, but then it's contracted service with the RDN. So that reflects just the increase that has been assumed for the increase in that. It's not going to the RDN board in terms of the specific increase until January, I think. And so right now we've got an early estimate on that, and we'll finalize that in the spring with our amended financial plan once we know exactly what the RDN has adopted. The other one that is significant in there is our fire service agreement with the RDN, and that's nearly $1 million that is funding for the fire department. And as well, we have our building permit and development fees, as well as penalties and interest and our lease space within the PCTC. The $275,000 at the top relates to business licensing and our shared cost with respect to emergency management Oceanside. Finally, just commenting on the parks one, we have cost sharing again with the RDN in the recreation function at the RDN, and we receive an estimate of about $280,000 each year towards the maintenance of our sports fields that are included in that agreement. And council received the renewal of that agreement, I think, in September, and so that's reflective of the estimated recovery that we would expect for that. Looking at grants that we're expecting in the current year and just comparison to last year, the most significant, as I've already pointed, is that $7 million Strategic Priorities Fund, which is not guaranteed, but this is what's required for the application, is for it to be shown in our financial plan. And most of the others are very, very similar to the prior year. You'll note that Community Works Fund, which varies over the 10 years of the agreement, but this year is expected to be about $685,000. At a high level, looking at expenditures by functional area, I really provide this slide not so much to look at the year-over-year change, but to show that the proportions are very similar year-over-year. And part of why this is because we pull out the minor capital piece and the capital so that we're really looking at the operations of this. And so you can see that those proportions year-over-year, the only one, I think two that changed this year was police went up to 17% and general government went up by 1%. And we had some drops in a couple of others. So that shows kind of the continuity of the service delivery in the city and is very similar, just costed at a higher amount as we would expect to see in our core financial plan. We do provide some reporting like this out in the spring with our property tax notices as well, just so that residents can understand of, say, $100 of property taxes they pay, how much goes to each of these functional areas. And I think that really helps them to understand when we have an increase that, yeah, a lot of it is going to those core services that they expect and want to have provided in the city. Okay, if there aren't any questions at that high level point, we'll start jumping in on some of the specific departmental evaluations and metrics.
Okay to go?
Okay,
Oh, did you have your hand up? Something? Okay.
no, okay.
Okay.
Looking first at the executive functions or the corporate admin, and that is comprised of legislative, which is mostly council costs, including the election. Our corporate admin is all of our meeting administration, our CAO and the managers related to corporate admin, and all of the costs of really administering the corporation. As I noted yesterday, of all of these functions, we take a proportion and allocate it to the water and sewer funds because there's an understanding that all of those functions are provided to all departments within the city. And so it's reasonable that we would allocate some of that to water and sewer and for that to be funded by those utility fees. Also within this group is communications and special events, and our finance group, human resources, and our occupational health and safety group, and then bylaw and business licensing. So about a 4% increase over last year, and we'll go through some of the details of that, and then less that allocation to other departments. The minor capital for this group is also up about $200,000. So we'll drill down into the particulars of some of that. Looking at legislative and corporate admin, the main part of that legislative increase, and this is council's costs, both in terms of wages as well as the election. The biggest part of that $103,000 is the election cost. And then there's some other minor increases in other expenditures, including conferences, and then a expected increase in wages similar to the rest of the city. Corporate admin is actually down a little bit over the prior year.
I noted that. I was going to ask a particular reason or.
I think it's really comes from just trying to look at particular expenses and move them around a little bit. So often it's maybe going to show up somewhere else where we've got a drop in the training in corporate admin, but then we're going to see the increase in human resources because we moved that training and consolidated that budget. So I expect that's what it is here.
Fair enough.
Where we've got a drop in training, but then there's the increase in wages that is across the board.
Thank you.
For your review, there's some metrics here just in terms of looking at the number of council meetings. Again, that 2025 number being year to date, public hearings and FOI requests. And it's interesting to look because that does give some indication of just kind of activity levels for staff in terms of just the regular things that come up every day, separate from project work that we might be doing for council. The other thing that is included in the legislative number is funding to community groups. And this slide summarizes what is included in that number. As council knows, November 12th is the meeting that you'll receive requests from community groups. And it may be some of these community groups as well as others. But this shows kind of what we often refer to as the line item funding that's included automatically in the financial plan. And then on November 12th, those groups can come and request of council additional funding for specific projects if they like. And so you'll see in 2026 where most of those amounts are $5,000. So that's to Beach Fest, to the Mount Arrowsmith Biosphere, to the MAC, to the Parksville District Historical Society. There's 2 bursaries in there as well, one to VIU and one to Bolinas, as well as the total of $5,000 that goes to those annual grants and aid, which is done twice a year. So that's a total of $25,000, including the Chamber of Commerce fee related to the Visitor Information Center. So that's where the budget starts. And what we'll do is for the November 12th meeting, provide council with a copy of this analysis so you know kind of what the starting point is. In addition to Sarah will provide a summary of incremental amounts that are being requested. I'll just point out the one change in 2025, in addition to the additional amounts that were approved for Beach Fest and the MAC, was the cost sharing with the curling club with respect to their capital works. So that was $120,000 towards the curling club for capital.
Councilor Gore, go ahead.
If we can go back a slide, Jetta, I have a question about the council meetings. So help me understand this. If there is a special meeting of council is called, does it cost us in terms of staff wages or anything else?
Through the mayor, no, there would be no incremental cost. That's just part of the work that staff does. So if there's extra meetings in a year, there's just extra meetings to prepare for as part of our work that we would do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So that's that one. The other item that is included in legislative is the $25,000 of council discretionary amount.
Right.
And just a note, there hasn't been any used in 2025 year to date. And so that is something that when you're looking at spending proposals or additional initiatives that come before you, you may wish to use that as a source of funding, for example.
Thank you.
Okay, next is looking at communications and special events, and a nominal increase 2.3% over the prior year. Just some of these beautiful aerial photos that are just gorgeous. I love these ones that Deb gets that show the city and the beach, and so appreciate her adding these beautiful photos into the presentation. Again, in communications, we would have a change in the training over to the corporate HR, as well as wage increases and other items that come up related to staff that do our communications, as well as website maintenance and special events management. Some metrics with respect to special events in 2025, 806 events and bookings as compared to 584 in 2024. And an estimated attendance of nearly $290,000. So the majority of those being in the community park, 606, but also Foster Park has quite a number, and there's a lot of events going on, and communications is a small department, but certainly supports the administration of all of these. And there's a beautiful picture of the parade as well. That's, of course, the relocated sandcastle competition area there, and we'll have some more information on that in the parks as well. Okay, moving on and looking at human resources. Human resources, again, serves all of the city as well as our external recruiting, and then our occupational health and safety within the city as well. And we have one safety officer whose full-time job is to be administering safety throughout the city. That position is vacant right now, but hopefully that'll be filled very soon. And so again, the increase here is really that transfer over of the corporate training consolidated into HR. So it's not that that amount actually has increased that much. It's just been reallocated from other departments. Also, some interesting metrics here in terms of our recruitment and the number of competitions and screened applicants we've had. And you can see in 2025 year to date, 420 applicants have been screened. So that's a lot of work for our HR team, as well as just looking at the metrics year over year of employees in each of our departments. And you can see that, of course, operations is nearly half of all of the employees in the city, and is 47 employees there, with our engineering, IT, and emergency department being the next largest. We looked at that stat yesterday with the total FTEs of 105. Okay.
Councilor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just curious, you mentioned that there's a vacancy for a safety officer. Now, is this something similar to the community safety officers that they have in Nanaimo, or is this something more related to staff? Or could you just clarify that for us? Thanks.
For sure. Yeah, through the mayor. No, that's our internal safety, doing training, monitoring, yeah, all of those types of things, and working with WorkSafe if need be, developing programs, making sure we have safe work procedures, working with departments on that. Yeah, all internal. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for that clarification. Okay, just on that point, occupational health and safety, we have a great safety record, and we've seen 2 years in a row our WorkSafe BC rate being reduced in each of those years. And last year was quite a significant decrease, but also this year decreased down to 2.43%. And that's paid on wages, of course. So that's a cost savings directly when that rate goes down. So this is the work of our safety officer and looking into, yeah, if there was a first aid incident or all of that training piece as well. So like to provide some metrics around that, but certainly we keep an eye on that WorkSafe BC rate because that is a direct cost for the city. Okay, moving into bylaw services and business licensing. We have our team that works in admin, and Amanda's provided some of the stats related to that. You can see that our business license number increases each year, and now we're up to 1,105 that were renewed, with over 200 that were new business licenses in 2025 year to date. The bylaw inquiries seems to have evened out a little bit and actually down a little bit year to date. So we'll see where that number ends up by the end of the year, and we'll bring back this updated metrics to council in the spring. But that shows what our bylaw team is doing and how busy they are. Looking at the year over year increase, only 2.1%. So very similar to last year.
Thank you. And go ahead, Councillor Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Jetta. I have a question about the business licenses. And so I understand that there's a license. Is there a distinction between something that would be just for the city or something that's good for the region? Or are the business licenses good for the region? And then I'm just kind of curious how that all meshes.
My understanding is that yeah, we do have a regional license if it's wanted. I think it's optional. And then you can have one that's just the city. So if you're a business that does work in other areas, and so we have agreement with other jurisdictions that they would also sell a regional one, that would mean people could work at Parksville as well. Yeah.
Jed, I have a question back on the occupational health and safety slide.
Yeah.
It's great news that we have a decrease in WorkSafe claims and so forth, and I'm very pleased with that for our staff in particular. But at the same time, I wonder, many of our tragic accidents have happened along the roadside construction or maintenance of staff in other areas of British Columbia. A couple of very serious ones last year as well. And I'm wondering if there's any way that we should perhaps, I guess if we had a safety officer monitoring the situation whenever our staff is working in a roads adjacent site, you know, type of thing, that we have traffic management in place. I hope there's no reluctance to spend money on the traffic management people. And if we have to increase the budget for occupational health and safety, I would certainly like to have that introduced. Like if our staff is saying that there are times that they don't bring in a traffic manager, maybe for cost or whatever, I would hope that, you know, they're using what the resources of the city anyways to make sure that we have them in place. Regardless if it's just altering an irrigation head in the middle of a median or something like that, I believe is very important because there are life-altering accidents that happen out there. And I want to make sure that our staff are covered with that, because it's, I see the speeds, you know, and the distracted driving and everything else all leads to it, and it happens in a split second. So I just want to make sure that we have sufficient resources in place so that our staff or the safety officer make sure that we have proper trained traffic management people protecting our staff.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll just provide a couple comments and look to Keith if our Director of Operations, if there's any additional, but in sitting through budget meetings and understanding, there's no reluctance to have that. It's required by our safe work procedures, whether it's capital projects or regular maintenance, that
Right.
flagging with an external contractor is added to project costs and is a part of it. It has actually been an increasing cost. And so often when we were having our budget meetings, okay, what happened here? No, that was the extra cost of the flagging, and maybe, the cost of the flagging itself has increased. So I don't believe there's any reluctance at all of our staff. It's certainly, as I say, part of our safe work procedures to have that. And yeah, of
Okay.
course, critically important. I'm just going to turn to Keith in case he wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have increased several of the operating budgets, just like $5,000 or $10,000, depending on what the projects are, just specifically for traffic control.
That's
So-
great, Keith. Yeah, I appreciate that, Keith. Yeah, I haven't not seen the traffic control out there, in my various ventures around the city and so forth. But at the same time, I just, reading of incidents and throughout British Columbia at our counterparts. And I just want to make sure that, we've got it in the budget if you need it. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one more slide on our bylaw metrics and looking at some of the measures that are tracked by our bylaw team. The number of bylaw files, so that would be complaint-driven files, year to date 546. Tickets issued are down from last year to date. So we'll see where that lands in total, but 468 year to date as compared to 573 in total last year. And then we are also track inquiries and files related to unhoused populations within the city. And so some metrics around that so that we can have an understanding of some of the money that council has in the budget related to that. We'll go through some of that as well later, but looking at the stats related to that. Any questions on that before I move forward?
Just hold on. I'm looking at the big screen.
Yep, for sure.
Can I ask a question, Mayor, since
Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Thank you.
Or
So I understand that Jetta, there's about 200 plus new business licenses that were given out. I wonder if you or the bylaw folks know, are we seeing more of a home-based businesses asking for these licensing, and is that the same fee for the home-based businesses? Like, what kind of trend are we seeing when we see new businesses getting those licenses?
Through the mayor, I don't have any particulars on that, but I see our CAO can provide some comments on that.
ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor, some of the recent increase in this year were short-term rentals
Right.
that were required by provincial legislation to obtain business licenses. And then it's a bit of a mix each year. It kind of depends. We do track it, so we can provide an email to council. I think it's actually on our website, but we can double check. We report it to the federal government as well, and they track the categories of licenses across the country and use it for census-based demographics. So we can send a little bit more detailed breakdown to council via email.
And the fee is the same, whether it's home-based or a regular business?
If I may, through council, we have different fees for different businesses. Home-based business, last time I checked, which might be out of date, was about $75. Is that right still? And then a business license for like a larger business is usually around $150. So it varies. We do have higher fees for a couple of different businesses. Cannabis retail is one of them. And also banks also have a higher fee. But on average, it's 75 for the home-based and 150 for the intercommunity or City of Parksville license.
Thank you, Kiva.
Thank you.
Okay. Looking at finance, the costs here are reflective both of the costs of our finance department and our staff, which is about 10 staff in finance, as well as some of the corporate items, collecting property taxes and things like that are reflected in there. Just a couple of the metrics that we track is looking at how many folios. So that's an indicator similar to the number of utility invoices issued. And so this would be reflective of the number of property tax accounts and the number of property tax notices that need to be issued. Of course, sometimes there's no more property in the city, of course, it's just that it's been subdivided. So now we have 4 folios instead of 1. Sometimes it's some of our multi-unit densification downtown. So it does give some indication of some of the activity in the city, and that keeps Shannon very busy, and certainly in the spring when we're issuing the property tax notices. The other thing with the couple of Canada Post strikes this last year is that we've noticed a real uptick in our residents accessing our My City online portal. So they can go on and look at the balance of their accounts and the details of their utilities as well as their property taxes. So we have 4,100 plus active accounts as of the end of October. But interestingly enough, with the strike in October 2025, we had 760 people log in and 286 people make new accounts just so that they would be able to access. So walking through the department, you would hear a lot of our staff on the phone. And so you go to the My City and kind of walking them through. So that's great because that is one of our goals, is to get more of our residents that are accessing digitally and getting that information if they want to have it and not needing to keep a paper copy for themselves. In terms of finances, work plan for the upcoming year, we have been given notice that our current comprehensive financial system is not going to be supported after 2028. So we're having to change our accounting system, but looking for opportunities to upgrade that to include some extra HR functions and hopefully paperless timesheets and to kind of digitize that. So we'll see some of the costs related to that, which are extraordinary when we do these changes. The last time we made a change like this, I believe, was 2011. So it will have been 15 years since we last changed, but it's a very significant undertaking and we'll have to kind of run 2 systems at once for a year. So there'll be some backfilling of staff so that we can have our most kind of involved staff actually part of the project and have contract folks back up our regular everyday work. So that's going to be a big project really over the next 3 to 4 years for us, and starting with some costs of review in 2026. The work that, sorry.
I was just going to say, I'm guessing that the new platform for the accounting will possibly include some opportunities for AI participation.
Well,
it's everywhere else, so it's going to be coming here too. So.
Right. I expect you're right on that. As you know, another part of finance is looking at the asset management plans and the long-term financial planning related to that. So that's also a significant item on our work plan. So looking at administration overall in terms of minor capital projects and just looking at the particulars of some of those, in 2026, we'll see finishing up the website redesign, and that's been a project that Deb has been working on in communications, continuing with the corporate branding and signage on facilities and in our parks. And you'll see some costs in 2026 and 2027 just relating to the onboarding and orientation of a new council. And so there's amounts that are in here related to that. And we do put money aside each year into a reserve for that. So most of that is funded by a transfer from the future expenditures reserve. That community safety contingency is an amount that was approved by council a couple of years ago, and it is funded by carry forward surplus if it isn't used, but it's one of those that we have in place just in case anything of an emergent nature comes up. And as well, that tariff contingency that we talked about in the context of water and sewer yesterday of 150,000, again, funded by carry forward unrestricted surplus, and only until 2028 when we hope the world will be back to normal to some degree. Can't hope for too much. Still have some of the provincially legislated items on the work plan, and hopefully we're getting to the end of all of those because, as you know, that's been a very significant workload bump on a lot of our staff. But in the current year, we've got Next Gen 911 implementation. the update of the DCC bylaw, which is on kind of finance and engineering and planning. We'll be working together on that. And then the OCP full update in 2026. So those three total $394,000 of costs. Looking at special events, we've got Canada Day, a Christmas event, and then $10,000 for other city hosted events, as well as $5,200 for staff support of those events. The Drinking Water Master Plan is the continuation. That project has total funding of $750,000. So the remaining amount estimated at this time is $485,000 in 2026. And council will be receiving a first draft of the phase 1 report within the next couple of months. And so from there, this amount might get broken down into more specific items with direction from council. But right now we're just carrying forward the balance that was remaining from the $750,000. With respect to Canada Day, you'll see an increase over the prior year. Last year, we did receive a grant of $15,000 to fund that. But what I think everyone is aware of is there are new provincial regulations related to the safety around some of these public events. And so at this point, this is a rough estimate, and we will be fine-tuning this as the planning goes forward and we receive more information related to what the province is asking for and how that looks for community events like this. So we've got a bump in there for now, and we'll fine-tune that in the spring if possible. But yeah, it is expected to be very impactful, and for good reason, but it's something that we need to get more information on to fully understand how that'll impact some of these events. The Christmas one is inside, so not expecting that that'll be as impactful. Looking at the funding of those, $182,000 comes from taxes, and a lot of that will be the special events that are funded each year from taxes, as well as some of those other smaller amounts from that first list. But we do have amounts, grants is the Next Gen 911. The carry forward and unrestricted surplus is related to some of those projects that are carrying over from prior years. The drinking water plan is being funded by the Growing Communities Fund. So you'll see that grant funding carried forward there. And then other smaller amounts would be coming from other small reserves. Okay, administration in terms of capital projects, just one on in this category, and that's the city lighting project that is being funded by the Growing Communities Fund. Right now, it's in at $100,000 per year from 2026 through 2028. What staff foresee is that this first year will be about design, planning, perhaps procurement, and related to what it is that will be done with this funding, and get more information on that. So right now it's a placeholder for those amounts. We might tweak those actual year allocations once we've got some more information on that, but that was a project that was approved by council last year. Okay, so next will be our IT department and looking at their operational costs as well as minor capital and capital. This is a very busy department that supports all of the rest of the city, including council at times. And you'll see that the year-over-year increase is just 3%. So that would be reflective of wages as well as offset by the reallocation of the training budget to HR. There's some metrics there that are quite interesting in terms of tracking how many devices are supported by the department, both devices that we carry around in our hands as well as ones that are sitting at desks. And of course, they provide support to the fire department as well. The 2025 projects that they completed, a number of them, but one of them that has been longstanding was finishing off the AV at the Jensen Center that was actually funded with that COVID funding. So we're glad to have that. That was the last project with the COVID funding. So we're glad to have that done as well. They're constantly upgrading softwares and keeping all of our hardware up to date on a cycle as well. And what we're hoping to bring to council is actually an equipment replacement reserve for IT that would keep that in a continuous stream, because that is how they operate, and it would be similar to our fleet equipment reserve. They do some support for ERWS and AWS as well, and we do allocate some costs to those joint ventures because they provide support for the networks and servers for those as well. 25 workstations were replaced during the year. They also supported the team with respect to Next Gen 911 as well as civic addressing. For their 2026 work plan, finishing and continuing with security audit and recommendations that came from that study. We are doing more work on SharePoint, and so they're supporting a number of departments to migrate files and data to our SharePoint sites. And then the GIS team that is part of IT, they do a lot of really great creative work in supporting other departments to be able to track and to map different activities. And so just looking at creating more applications and solutions for various departments using our City of Parksville map. And I know they've done some neat work with operations in terms of tracking repairs and maintenance, and it really is helpful. And the map that we looked at on Monday, where we can say, okay, here's where the capital projects were. And sometimes it's really helpful to have that. So it's been a great benefit to many departments to have that GIS team working so creatively with us.
Thank you. And Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Jetta, thank you for this, and thanks to Kevin and his team for the amazing work that those guys do for the city. My question is about the Jensen Center AV install. Is there perhaps this was planned years ago, but what's the purpose that we see for the AV in the Jensen Center? Like, who we think will be using this now that it's completed, but still a bit curious about that project.
Thank you for the question. CAO Kaler will address this. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you to council. So we use the Jensen Center for a number of different things, including large public meetings in the past. We also have used it for the candidate forum in years gone by, and obviously we use it for elections. And so there was, I believe it was COVID funding used to replace all of the presentation software and hardware and materials. So we use that grant to equip that building for our own public purposes. It is also used by others, including other government organizations. We use it for training at times, and so it would be used as a like a special event conference kind of purpose, where you need to be able to, like for our Christmas event even, we usually use the projector and the music and the microphones and speakers to have things happening in the room as we rent it. So it's kind of that typical AV with the hardwired piece, so that you can actually present things and use it for meeting purposes.
Can I follow up, Mayor?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. Well, it's more of a different question, but the AV upgrades at the forum, where you folks are all sitting now, are completed, correct? Or is there more work needs to be done?
If I may, through the mayor, yes, those two projects were done in tandem, although the forum happened first. But yes, the forum upgrades are complete now.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Carry on. Thank you.
Just in response to one of those questions, those projects were approved, I think, at the end of 2020. So they were a while ago that they were put in the budget. Okay. Looking at IT minor capital projects, and there's quite a number to go through here, but there is a contingency amount in IT as well every year that is funded only as used, and that provides some funding in the case of emergent or unexpected items there. There are cybersecurity audit recommendations that come from some work done over the last couple of years. So implementing some of that. Our manager, Raman, is really on this stuff and keeps us, I think, as safe as possible in this environment. And so she's constantly looking at ways that security can be tightened. And so some of these recommendations are part of that work as well. We're looking at some business process assessments just to, again, make our use of IT more efficient, and Raman taking a look at whether there's opportunities for improvements in how IT works for various departments. And so there's $20,000 in the minor capital to do some work on that. Some network switches in 2026 and 2027. All of the photocopier replacements across the city are administered by IT. And so from time to time, you'll see that in their minor capital budgets as well. And then the bottom line there is looking at that ERP system, which is that finance system that I mentioned, and getting some initial consulting help to scope out what it is that we need, including any enhancement to the system that we would have wanted to have in our current system. So that's being funded by the Financial Stability Reserve, though, but it is a project that will get started in 26. And as I said, probably be a 3-year project. Funding for this is coming from either unrestricted surplus carry forward or other amounts like the Financial Stability Reserve, with 73,000 of it being funded by operations.
Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
A quick question on security. I know, like in the federal government, they've moved away from Zoom as a virtual meeting platform. And I wonder if IT has looked at that and moving to Teams. That's what is preferred in the federal government sphere. So I wonder if our IT department has any comment on that.
Through the mayor, I'll just comment that we do mostly use Teams, but I'm going to turn around and look at our director and see if Sean Bobin has anything to add to that.
Yeah, I would have to rely on Raman for a technical answer, but I believe we only use Zoom for these public-facing meetings. Other than that, we use Teams for everything.
So I think the consensus is we're using Teams just about exclusively, except where that, like the public-facing meetings, I know the RDN does it on Zoom as well. So I think that must be the way it works for those and not on Teams.
Thank you.
Okay. Looking at capital projects for IT, this is where we have some of those higher value items like server replacements, and you'll see those across a number of years as well. And then some other electronic equipment replacement like the plotter and planning. And then we see in 2027 the same for engineering. So those amounts are carried forward and also administered and procured by IT with input from those departments. In 2027, 28, 29, you see subsequent costs related to that ERP system. And so here's where we're going to be looking at the kind of harder costs, which is why it's in capital related to the purchase of the software. We will also have operating costs of likely 2 software programs for at least a year as we move through that transition. So it's not an inexpensive undertaking to change accounting software. So as much as possible, we're hoping to use some of those financial stabilization reserves and not have so much that comes from taxation, and hopefully be able to fund it through an allocation of surplus as it becomes available.
I have just a quick question. Do we, that's seeing in 2027, the ERP software is $737,000.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And I get it, but at the same time, do we put that out for an RFP? Or is there, are we bound to Microsoft or anything like that? Or can we go in the open market for?
Absolutely not. Yeah, we will go to RFP, and Raman, our manager of IT, and Marley, our manager of finance, have already been working together, making calls to other municipalities, because there are a handful of programs right now that municipalities in BC use. And so what we're doing is reaching out to our other colleagues that are using our current software, because some of them are ahead of us on this. What have they transitioned to? What have been the good and bad about that? So already doing some of that research. Marley and Raman will start to do some kind of previews and get some demos of some of the various alternatives. So we're doing a lot of the kind of pre-work right now. And yeah, we would expect that with the assistance of kind of scoping next year that we would go to RFP. There are a few on the short list. Some of these programs are outrageously more than that and used by some of the larger municipalities, and we just don't need that much. Some of them are scalable to smaller municipalities. So just trying to find that sweet spot of enough functionality that we would like to have. But also, as you can see, even at this point, you know, we're over $1 million for that kind of upgrades. So and we don't have a choice. They're stopping the support of the one that we have. So it's not like we're looking for this project. It really is kind of being forced. So yeah, so it will go to RFP, whether that's by the end of next year or early in 27. I'm not sure yet. We'll have more information on that over the next couple of months as we do more research on it.
Right. Go ahead, Councillor Grants.
Thank you. And through you, maybe to follow up on that a little bit, is that anticipated of just the cost of that capital software, or does that include staff time, training, all the other stuff that goes along with that?
Yeah, through the mayor, it does include kind of the backup of other staff that are involved. So it does include perhaps a business analyst that we might add for as a project kind of person to do a lot of the backroom work on the transition. So it's at a very high level estimate right now because we're just getting started on it. So we'll hopefully fine tune that, and who knows, maybe it'll be less than that. But right now we're trying to be conservative in our estimates and include the cost of extra staff that will be required.
Okay, and maybe a follow-up is a lot of the software is moving towards subscription-based model, which is definitely allows for more smoothing and multi-year financial plans. Is that something that's looked at as well, I assume?
Yeah, through the mayor, absolutely. And in fact, in the IT operational budget, Raman has done that across the board where there's very few peaks and valleys in the software costs anymore because it is all subscription. Now, we often are beholden to significant increases. And for example, Microsoft this year said we would get the government pricing and there would be nominal increase, but no, that was only US government pricing. So sometimes it's an understanding of those types of things as well. But I think this is an upfront cost to get set up. And then yes, it would just be an annual cost after that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Boy, we're moving along here. This is great. Okay, fire department, and we do have the chief here today. So if there's particular questions on this one, we can certainly look to him to answer as well. The operations side, again, just a small increase, 2.5%, and that will reflect wage increases and other minor adjustments in the operational items. The training budget for fire stays in fire just because we have different funding options here with respect to the service agreement and reporting out on that. And so that amount is included within that increase. It has not been reallocated to the corporate account. We've got a small decrease in the minor capital and significant increase on the capital side, and we'll take a look at the details of that. Just as a reminder, there's 8 paid staff at the fire hall, and the 5-year financial plan does include an increase in the number of FRSTs and working towards a complement of 8 FRSTs by the end of the 5-year financial plan. The fire department has provided a number of very interesting metrics as well. And you can see this upward trend here in the incident responses and year to date as well, just looking at those numbers increasing over prior year. At October 31st, year to date, 650 calls and about 430 hours of time related to that. The rescue services, we have fire prevention metrics here as well. And so looking at inspection stats and the number of inspections that are being done by staff and the number of occupancy that are inspectable. So with growth in the community, there will be more units that require inspection on the commercial side. And so the metrics there show that increasing line as well. And so that just means more work for our paid staff that are doing the inspections. Again, that middle chart is looking at reportable fires and fire investigations. And it is kind of interesting to look at the kind of long-term trend of pretty significant steep line there that looks at kind of since 2015 where we are 2025, 38 year to date. And then finally looking at public education events and 38 of those year to date in 2025, but 50 in 2024 and 2022 as well. So again, lots of work being done by the fire department on that. Things that aren't shown in these metrics that is work done by this team is also fire safety plan reviews for new buildings or updates or construction. So that's something that the fire department gets called on. Building and development plan reviews as well. Lockbox consultations, and then other miscellaneous investigations that may come along as part of their work. For council's information, the apartment buildings, assembly and care occupancies are inspected annually. So that does drive that inspection number and is something that is recurring work for our department. Any questions on any of these metrics? Okay, this looks at the training, which, as you know, is a very significant part of the operations for the fire department, including for our paid on call staff, and looking at training sessions provided 430 year to date in 2025 and over 500 in each of the last 2 years, as well as looking the training person hours per year, which is an incredible statistic that in 2024, there's over 10,000 hours of training person hours. That's really quite extraordinary for a department our size. So 8,700 year to date. Any questions on those?
Can I ask a question to our fire chief, please, Mayor?
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Yes, thank you. So, Chief, can you remind me the training of our members? Is it the provincial standards that it is that are followed? Because the reason I bring it up is we spend all these hours to train our folks, and I think you mentioned it previously that we lose a lot of trained members to fully paid positions across the province. So is it the provincial standards of education and training that we follow for these trainings?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gar, the minimum training standards are set by the province. The full training standards are set by the service delivery model that we provide. So minimum set by the province and full standards dependent on the service level we provide to the community. We are a full service fire department, and so we tend to train to the best practice standards out there.
Right. So I'm guessing there's some provincial certifications that the members need to have. And pardon my ignorance because I'm not, fully in tune with what the training standards are. But there are provincial certifications that our members get, which they can use and utilize for their next job. That may be a full-time position, correct?
The standards are the training meets the provincial standard. The certifications are issued by training institutes. But yes, you are correct. Those standards are similar across the province.
Right. The reason I bring it up is there any provincial funding for these trainings that you get, or does it fall on local volunteer fire departments like yours?
We are a composite fire department, but there is a limited amount of provincial funding for a department our size this year. $30,000 is a grant that is available. But generally, it's borne by the fire service, the entity that is in control of the fire service, in our case, the city.
Right, and that funding or the grant was the UBCM grant that was not specific to train your members up to standards, right?
We're applying for equipment related use for that grant money.
Yep, thank you, Chief.
Go ahead, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's all very interesting. I was thinking about the costs here. Are they all prorated according to the different people, like the RDN uses our fire department, right? So how does it work out? What's the percentage, or is there a formula?
Cost recovery.
Yeah.
Yeah, through the mayor, it's an agreement for service, so it isn't like a joint venture like our water, ERWS or AWS. And I think what's important to understand is that the costs that are reflected for the fire department would be required for the city. And so regardless of whether we had an agreement with the RDN or not, those are the costs of having the fire department in the city. It's just that we have the opportunity to have this service agreement that we provide those services to those neighboring electoral areas. And so there isn't a kind of proportion of cost sharing in that regard. It's the cost is 100% for the city. We have a service agreement that is shown just as revenue. Yeah, which is about $980,000. And there is the agreement that's in place does provide for sharing of the operating costs, the minor capital and the capital. So there is the rate is tied to our budgeted costs.
Is it per call, or is it just?
No, it's based on the total budgeted amounts, and then it's adjusted for actuals in subsequent years. Yeah, but I think it is important to note that those are the costs. There's no incremental costs required that are reflected in our budget that are related to providing that service. That's the amount that would be required even if we just had the city. Yeah.
Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to yourself, Jetta, or perhaps to our fire chief. I recall that when the training area out in the industrial park was further developed so that they could be the higher structures, et cetera, that one thought at the time was that that would be used by other departments, that there would actually be some revenue coming in for that training ground. And I just wonder if that is reflected anywhere here, or if that has played out as hoped.
I'm going to defer to the chief on that because I don't actually know if other departments use it.
Through the mayor to the councillor, some other departments use it. There is some minor revenue that comes in from that. The trend lately has been for departments to develop their own training sites. The main reason for that is proximity. As you can imagine, just for us to travel on a training night to our site and back, which is only 4 or 5 kilometers away from the fire station, it eats up a half hour of our 2.5 hours of available training. So for somebody that's 15 or 20 kilometers away, it eats up quite a bit of their available time. So in the on-call fire service, that is a major consideration. Our training time is probably the most valuable thing we have in regards to the requirements that we have to train to. So minor revenue, there are some other agencies that use it, the RCMP use it and things like that, but the majority of it is used by us for our own training.
Okay, a couple other items while we're talking about the revenue side of things for the fire department. There are some other unpredictable sources, and that is that often developers give a contribution towards the fire hall. And so at the end of the year, that's part of that allocation of the unrestricted surplus, is to look at what was actually contributed. And now that we have that protective services reserve in place, we put those monies into that reserve. And so it can be used subsequently for apparatus or fire hall upgrades and things like that. The other thing is that council approved adding a fire services DCC as part of our upgrade next year. And so that's something that we'll be doing work on to look at what DCC amount can be added. And that was new in the provincial legislation 2 years ago. So that's something we'll be looking at next year. And then, of course, the other piece is the service agreement in terms of providing some additional funding for the fire hall. Looking at capital for the fire department, and we'll look at the details, but the fire hall addition, as I've noted, is included in the capital plan at 14.5 million, which was the latest estimate that we were using for the strategic priorities fund. As you know, council approved using funds this year for the purposes of getting a Class B estimate. So we're expecting that work will be coming to a report to council within a couple of months, and we'll be able to fine tune that capital number and then hopefully receive a positive response on our strategic priorities fund. Otherwise, we'll be looking at financing options on that as well. So looking for some more information on that. Right now, it's in the amounts that were included in the grant application. And I'll just go over to the details because we do have some apparatus and truck replacements upcoming as well. So looking at the fire department capital, one of the things, or sorry, this is minor capital. One of the things that's carried over from 2025 is the Community Wildfire Resiliency Plan, and that's funded with a grant. Unfortunately, the consultant that was hired had to step back, so that work has been carried forward into 2026, and we have an extension on the grant. So that's funded in 2026. In 2027, looking at updating a couple of things, including the mobile data terminals for computer-aided dispatch. And that's something that we have a grant for as well. So there isn't a whole lot of funding in the next couple of years for minor capital coming out of operations because of those grants. Looking at the capital side of things, in 2026, we've got the fire hall upgrade in there. We also have a couple of equipment items, the Tender 47 replacement, as well as a new utility vehicle. Looking out to 2028, you'll see the replacement of the E42. And I made reference to this yesterday where we see the first year maybe has a deposit, and in this case of 500,000, and then the next year having the cost. That's probably optimistic, and the work would start on that probably in 2027 in planning for the public procurement of those vehicles. And again, this is one where we've seen pretty slow delivery even a number of years ago. So we really need to get ahead of that. If that's something we want to be on the ground in 2029, we probably need to be getting started on it 2 years before that in terms of the procurement. So that is a lot of energy that goes into making sure that we're replacing with apparatus that is appropriate for where the community is today. As well, we have recurring replacement of the pickup trucks. And so we see that in 2028 again on a number of pickup trucks there. At the bottom, we see all of the sources of funds. And so there's significant costs related to that. The gas tax and strategic priorities fund are combined in 2026 for the 10.75 million. So 3.75 million would be coming from accumulated gas tax funds and 7 million from the strategic priorities fund. As well, we had 1.5 million of Growing Communities Fund towards the fire hall financing. Any questions about the particulars? Yeah.
There's a question coming. Yeah, Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it'd probably be the fire chief, but Jetta, you can have a shot at it as well. So the replacement of the pickup trucks, are these the fire rescue trucks, the pickups that is like which the members use to respond to, or what kind of pickup trucks are those?
Yeah, through the mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. And for the engines 41 and 42, the replacement year, I think, is 34 and 31, but the allocations are couple of years prior to that? Is that to place the order, or what are those
Yeah.
allocations?
I'm looking at the inconsistency on that. I'm gonna have to follow up on that. I don't know. Chief, can you comment? Did we
So
get that wrong in the year
We
allocation?
originally had a third engine in 2029. We eliminated that engine and moved up engine 42 and engine 41 because they're starting to, the 20-year replacement is the very outside of a replacement schedule. It's actually 15 years with a 5-year extension. What we're seeing with increased call volumes and training volumes is that there is deterioration in the vehicles faster than we've seen in the past. And so we want to move those up by a couple of years. So we started their replacement in 2029, where we actually previously had a third engine in that placeholder. So we're just moving those 2 trucks up. Those trucks, hopefully at least one of them will be available for a reserve engine going into the future, provided we have the space to house it, because we are also seeing increased downtime, and we can't afford to have one of our pumps down for too long.
Okay. I have one more question, unless somebody else has any other.
Follow up. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a separate question, but maybe the chief or Jetta. How has our procurement in the fire department shifted towards more Canadian-made stuff? I know a lot of this equipment is manufactured in the US, but do we have the ability, or have we tried to switch to more Canadian-made fire apparatus or other stuff?
I'm gonna defer to the chief.
Through the
on
mayor
this one.
to the councillor. So for our main apparatus pieces, the recent rescue truck, and both those engines were Canadian built. Of course, the chassis are not built in Canada. They have to be procured from the States, brought up, and then the remainder of the truck is built in Canada. The aerial, there are no aerial manufacturers in Canada of significance, so that truck was procured from the States.
Thank you, but there's a clear effort, I think, on our end to focus on Canadian-made products. Thank you for that.
Okay. We're making good ground here. Policing. So we have a contract with the RCMP for our policing service, and currently have 18 officers allocated to the city of Parksville as part of a regional structure. In the 5-year financial plan, 2029 reflects the addition of an officer to 19. As we've talked about many times, we've got built into here the assumption that in 2027 is when we might flip over that 15,000 population threshold, where we move from 70% to 90% or sometimes 100% share of the costs. So expecting a minimum of $1 million increase in that year. And then as well, a transition that's been happening over the last couple of years is that the federal government has not been renewing positions that were public sector employees. So when people have left or retired, they look to the municipalities to add those positions in our civilian staff. And so we currently have 4 civilian staff. One of those positions is cost shared with Qualicum Beach on about a 68%, 32% to town of Qualicum Beach cost share. And as well as there's 1 remaining public sector employee that we pay about 3/4 of, that is part of our contract. And I understand from the staff sergeant will continue, and we won't have any more new civilian staff unless there's so much growth in the city that demands that. But at this point, we feel like we've transitioned to this new model where we have 4 staff there that are part of City of Parksville FTEs. Looking at some of the metrics around this, just in terms of what's included in our 5-year financial plan, you can see that 26 through 28 reflects 18 RCMP members. And then in 2029, we have 19 for 3/4 of a year. And that's because the federal government, their year starts April 1st. So we always have a little bit of a shift in the year because it doesn't line up with our calendar year. The rate noted per capita, so that's per officer rate is noted there. And in 2026 is estimated to be $264,000 per officer. And this comes from the plan, the long-term financial plan that's provided by the RCMP as part of our contract. As noted, they are in the midst of a collective agreement negotiation. And so that rate reflects an estimated increase as provided by the RCMP. So when we look at what the rate is that Parksville will pay in a year, in 2026, it's 70% of the rate, but there's where you see the big jump that I've got highlighted because we moved to 90% of the per officer rate in 2027. So that's where we get the big jump in the annual amounts. So looking at kind of our total increase that's included in the 5-year financial plan, 2026, we have about a $300,000 increase, and these numbers are rough just based on the analysis. So to fund that would be about a 1.5% tax increase. What I did this year, because in 2025, we actually had a couple of vacancies in the RCMP, people that had left to go to other places or illness, or often we have officers that get pulled away to support more regional or national issues, is to offset the increase this year, I carried forward the surplus related to one of those positions that we will expect to be kind of out in our year-end reconciliation with the RCMP, just knowing that these increases are coming and trying to smooth that out a little bit in terms of the tax increase. However, you do see in 2027 where we'll start to have discussions once we know if that's going to happen or not, because it would take about over 6% tax increase in 2027 when we move to that 90% if we were to fund it without pulling any of the amounts that have been accumulated in reserves. So that's where I can provide some analysis for council when that time comes, is to say, okay, we could smooth out those tax increases to maybe an average of 3 by bringing in some of that reserve over the years. As I have mentioned in the past, District of Lake Country, for example, decided to rip the Band-Aid off in 1 year and left the money in reserve towards the detachment. But it is a very significant amount for a community of our size, as it was for them. So that'll be a decision for council, and we can look at what some of the options might be on that. But we won't know that, unfortunately, until the census. So we can only plan for it so much.
Thank you, Jetta, for that. And there's just a question on that. I know we spoke yesterday regarding the census, that if we might just, because the census is scheduled for 26,
right,
we might just be able to sneak under, and then that would be 4 years. So if we are able to do that, would those numbers that you have in 27 then be reflected into 2030?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because then that 90% factor would get pushed out until we have a census that shows us at 15,000 plus.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we say no more moving to Parksville for the next 4 months.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think Councillor Gore may have a question.
Okay, I didn't see him there. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Mayor. Jetta, can we go back a slide, please? So I'm guessing the police chief is not in the forum, but I wonder if there's any conversations about the need for additional staff when you talked about the 4 civilian staff members. The reason I bring it up is we're talking about the body-worn cameras, making them not just a pilot, but also like mandatory for the RCMP. And there's lots of talks about not just the upfront cost for the equipment, but also how to use that and the admin part that comes with this additional requirement, transcribing all the video footage and all that stuff. A lot of municipalities are talking about that will be a huge administrative burden. So I wonder if there's any input from the police chief on that specific transition, when that happens. It's not going to be if, it's when it happens.
Yeah, through the mayor, no, he's not here, but in conversations, that was part of that cost shared position with Town of Qualicum Beach is just as a result of mostly the additional files within our region and Parksville and Qualicum Beach. The need for some more administrative support. So that was approved by council 2 years ago. So that's what I know about that. I don't know about specific to the body worn cameras and additional work. What I did confirm with him when I met with him on the financial plan was he said, no, this number of staff should be good indefinitely. They're not expecting any more transition of public sector employees. And so it's just really looking at the next officer being in 2029. Of course, part of his job is balancing the officers of the different regional, Town of Qualicum Beach and looking at where they have need. They also share an office with the highway staff as well. So, of course, part of this is looking ahead and we're having conversations with him about the need for the detachment building. And he's kind of put 2032 on our radar. So we've started those conversations, including, who owns that and how is that cost shared? For example, perhaps Parksville owns it, but then the province would pay rent to us, as would Town of Qualicum Beach, and similar to now, it's owned by the province and we each pay to the province for it. So that's details that have to be worked out. We are having conversations with both Town of Qualicum Beach staff and RDN staff with respect to that. So we don't have much information on that other than knowing what detachments in some nearby municipalities have been built for, and it's been a very big number. So we really want to understand what that is. And I'm hoping that we have more information about that prior to that flip on the population threshold, so we can really understand what the needs might be financially for both of those changes. And so we continue to try and get more information on that.
Thank you, Jenna.
I'll just note the number that's in the financial plan reflects the cost of our contract directly with the RCMP, as well as the wages related to those municipal employees.
Jenna, I understand we're moving on to engineering now. At this time, I think it'd be appropriate. I'd like to call it 10-minute recess. And we're at 10:50 right now, council. If we can resume at 11 o'clock.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is like whole thing. Okay, everybody, if we could resume our seats, thank you. Sorry. Oh, the spam email. I'm proud to say that I don't have sad news to share with you. Yeah, so everything's good. Happy news. Okay, yeah, sure. Joel's right here, so go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to start with looking at engineering now. Happy to report that engineering was fully staffed in 2025 for the first time since I started in 2019. So they've been making a lot of great ground on planning projects and doing a lot of infrastructure works and finishing up the master plans and things like that. So it's been really great to have a full staff up there. Looking at their financial plan numbers, just a moderate increase and mostly that's looking at staff costs increasing there. Not that there's more positions, just that it's fully staffed up there and reflective of that. The minor capital, we'll look at the details shortly, but is down from prior years. I think the thing to note about engineering is they have internal clients, which is all of the departments that they support with a variety of things, but as well as have forward facing, and they're working with residents and contractors and such on construction. And so they're kind of looking both ways, similar to some of the other departments in the city as well. Engineering and finance work a lot together on all the asset management work, and we have a small team of engineering and finance staff that do a lot of the work that was presented to council on Monday. Last, the engineering department is responsible for overseeing all of the major infrastructure works. So when we're replacing pipes and roads and things like that, those projects are managed by the staff up in engineering. Just looking at some of the significant work that was done by the department in 2025, and I won't go through all of these, but suffice it to say with having full staffing up there, they made a lot of progress on a lot of projects. But you know, getting a lot of advanced work done on projects that you're going to see in the infrastructure plans, that 10-year capital plan synthesis, which is going to be a really significant planning document for us in bringing together all of those master plans and looking at our asset management plans. It's going to be very helpful to me to have that in terms of looking at some of our investments and taking advantage of those longer terms where we might get a higher interest rate. As well as looking at where they worked on projects with consultants in terms of doing design work for infrastructure projects. This often puts us in a good place for grants because you often need to have what they call shelf-ready projects. And so having engineering do advanced work on some of that means that if a grant does come along that we maybe didn't expect, we have something that can be taken as an application. So that's a really good thing to have done as well. They also manage the video inspection of the storm sewer and the storm drainage. So in 2025, there was 2 years worth of the work to be done. So that was about $200,000 worth of work that they oversaw as well.
Councillor Gore, go ahead.
No questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Beal, all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If it's possible, I'm curious about where is it? Oh, the water main looping project. And I recall that earlier in the year when there was a presentation about water, that came up, and I was, you know, intrigued by it, not being familiar with all the underground things that go on. So are there further projects that further areas that need to be looped as possible? And And where did this one take place, if I may ask?
Yeah, let me refer to our Director of Engineering for that.
Go ahead, Mr. Bo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Beal. This particular project was on Tulip, I think it's Avenue, or is it Street? Tulip. And what a water main loop is, it ties two dead-end water mains together. So this was a short piece just adjacent to a development where we had the opportunity to remove two dead ends. And when you have dead ends, you can get stagnant water. When the water is looped, it helps with water quality, circulation, fire flow. And there are a number of dead end mains in town. We don't specifically look to do loops as an individual project. In this case, the opportunity arose. And then as we do capital works projects, if the opportunity is identified, then we would connect two dead end mains and complete the loop there.
Okay. Engineering provided these statistics looking at some of the work they do externally, including calls for service, work on city property permits, service connection permits, and access permits. What's interesting is that we'll also look at some graphs like this by the planning department. And what was pointed out to me was that often planning will do some work and then the work ends up kind of migrating over to engineering to finish up other parts of projects and things like that. So often there might be a delay in the peak in planning ends up being a peak in engineering the next year and a subsequent year. So just some interesting statistics here. Responded to 60 calls for service, and this is the engineering staff that I'm speaking of now. Processed 27 work on city property permits, 4 service connections, and 7 access permits. And those are all year-to-date numbers for 2025. Supported over 60 development files year to date. So engineering does work quite closely with planning in terms of looking at some of this. But yeah, I just find it really interesting to look at some of these statistics to understand more what our staff are working on day to day, in addition to that longer range infrastructure planning as well. Sorry, back on.
Maybe I do have a quick question on that one, if I may.
Go ahead, Councillor Grants.
Thank you. Through you to Jetta. So we've seen obviously the trends in a number of these city functions going up, which would be what you'd expect with population growth, and seems a kind of steady increase as the population steadily increases. Any reason why we may see sort of a downward slope on the engineering side? And the calls for service in particular, I think, is the one that is the green one there, right?
Right. Through the mayor, I'll provide my answer and then we can see if the director of engineering wants to add anything to that. But I think both planning and engineering are somewhat impacted by population, but often it's the activity around the development that might drive some of this activity. And once those projects are done, then we get kind of back down to a more stable level of that. So I think that's right. I'm just going to poke my head back in case our director of engineering wants to add anything to that.
Thank you, Jetta. Through the mayor, the calls for service are somewhat random and can be weather related for engineering as well. So in a wet season, we can get lots of calls. Oh, I have ponding in my backyard or front yard. What's going on? So it's not just growth or development related. It's truly the calls for service are truly random.
Okay. Looking at engineering minor capital projects. And as we've seen in engineering over the last number of years, there was a lot of studies in here, master plans and pavement index, as well as, looking at assessments of different assets. So we're seeing a drop in 2025 to 2026 from 443,000 of projects to 290,000, which is still lots, but it does help that some of those projects are wrapped up and now we're converting to adding more of that to our asset management program information. There are a couple of contingency type items in here, though, that are funded only if they're used in the prior year. So otherwise they're funded just by carry forward. The one being the works adjacent to development and construction. And so that's similar to what we saw in water and sewer yesterday, $100,000 each year. And again, that would only be used if an opportunity came up, similar to that project on Tulip in 2025, where something was identified. we don't go looking for these projects. There is $25,000 each year for traffic safety improvements. And so engineering staff look for opportunities to improve on that. And that might include the flashing beacons at crosswalks and things like that. In here, we have that $10,000 of bus stop amenities annual amount that was approved by council last year and is being funded by the parking reserve. And so that's an amount that's in there. I did have a note here on the work that was done in 2025 was the Island Highway East at Martindale Road on the south side of the highway. Grading and surface changes to increase accessibility was done. And then Despard Avenue near Springwood Elementary, a bus stop that maybe needs a bench. So engineering staff is coordinating the work on those bus stops in communication with the RDN and their transit function as well. All of that is done in accordance with the BC Transit Design Guide as well. There may be an opportunity if identified by engineering and in consultation with the RDN transit staff that perhaps in 1 year an amount isn't spent, but in a subsequent year, a more expensive project is done. So we might see where 20,000 is spent in 1 year and none in another year. So engineering staff has that on their work plan to be continuing that work. And there was a 5-year commitment made on that funding. The 10-year capital planning that I've made reference to is in 2025, and we're hoping that work is completed by the end of the year. We were able to obtain a grant for $25,000 related to that work, and so that'll offset that cost as well. Included in here as well is the allocation of some staff time to minor capital. And if you recall, last year we started that process, and that's really to recognize that there's a significant amount of engineering time that is actually just spent on capital projects. And so allocating some of that to be funded by capital funding more than property taxes is a reasonable thing to do in terms of the city's financial picture.
And Councillor Gore, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. And this may be partly you and partly Mr. Boven about the bus stop amenities. Is engineering looking at perhaps identifying certain stops that could use a bus shelter? And rather than, I think you alluded to that, Jera, spending $10,000 every year, we could let that accumulate and perhaps build a couple of bus shelters so people are shielded from the rains and the elements a little bit.
Right, through the mayor, I'll just add what I know and then we can refer on to the director of engineering. I understand, yes, they are looking at a variety of stops and trying to understand what might be better. Do we make it more accessible, or obviously you can only have one total bus shelter that maybe you could address a number of different bus stops. So I think they're looking at all of that, but I'll just see if our director has anything to add to that.
Thank you, Jetta, through the mayor. A bus shelter is about $25,000, so we haven't identified a single area for that, and we're trying to use the funds that we have. And right now, we're mostly looking at accessibility and the odd bench, but a shelter is out of our reach unless we want to save those funds for about 2.5 years.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Boven. If I may continue, Mr. Mayor.
Carry on.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, are we looking at certain grants from higher governments so we can get those shelters? And when we spend these $10,000, hopefully we are still keeping the option open that in the future we could add some bus shelters. And thank you for work on the accessibility. I think it makes a huge difference to our demographic and the community members. But are we looking at grant opportunities so we can have those shelters as well in the future?
Through the mayor, we're always looking for grant opportunities, and so we'll continue to do so. I know that the engineering staff has been quite successful in applying for grants when we can. There's often an ICBC grant that's available, and I know our manager of infrastructure and engineering is very good about whenever we do a project that might be eligible, she gets the paperwork in for that. And although it might only be $3,500 or so, it's something that goes towards these projects and makes it possible to do more of them. So yes, we are always on the lookout for grants. Our manager of communications is always monitoring grant opportunities as well.
Thank you.
In terms of the funding for minor capital in engineering, you'll note that starting in 2026, there's 75,000 is funded by operations, and that is to cover that traffic safety improvement amount every year, as well as the drainage video assessment that's done every year. So that's done in concert with the sanitary sewer video as well. So that's funded from property taxes or utility fees in the situation with the sanitary sewer. The other projects noted here are funded by general capital reserve. The carry forward $100,000 is that contingency amount. So that would only change and be funded from property taxes if it's actually spent. So in 2026, if a project happens, then that amount would be bumped up to tax and top it up again. The bus stop amenities, the 10,000 per year, as noted, is being funded by the parking reserve. The other area that is essentially part of engineering, but also has its own section here is our emergency program. And the emergency program kind of has three parts. There's what is required for City of Parksville staff and training related to emergency. There's the support of our ESS program, which is a regional program for our ESS volunteers that support emergencies that may happen. And then there's our emergency management Oceanside program, which again is some regional participation and cost sharing of amenities as well as training. I know that the province has looked very favorably on all of the regional work that we are doing, and Kate, our emergency program coordinator, is amazing and really takes all of this in stride and does a lot of work with our neighboring jurisdictions as well. As you know, she was called on to support our Wesley Ridge fire that was in the RDN and did an amazing amount of work, as did many of our other staff that stepped up to work in the EOC. And it was great to see the regional cooperation on that and the support for the RDN by providing some staff. But Kate and her team of ESS volunteers, as well as our volunteer coordinator, certainly put in a lot of hours related to that incident. Starting in 2026, we've just decided to do the accounting a little bit differently to break out that ESS component, because it is kind of shared by City of Parksville, Qualicum Beach, and the RDN, and we have some cost sharing on that. So that's just why it's broken out this year. There's not been any change in the operational nature of it. We just want to track that a little bit differently. The increase noted in there is just the payment of some on-call time related to that. It was really kind of, when you see some of these things happen in our own neighborhood, and often they're elsewhere in the province, you really see how these folks are 24/7, and it's really important that we acknowledge the time and the commitment that's being provided by our staff for that kind of work. So that's part of that increase there. Kate has provided some of the achievements and projects that were worked on in 2025. And as I said, part of her is looking interior and looking at what training were needed for City of Parksville staff, as well as her support of those regional functions is really great, especially when we have neighboring jurisdictions that maybe have vacancies in this area, and she tends to step up and cover that as well. So interesting stat there, attended 178 hours of emergency management training and exercises. We often try to do in-person kind of exercises that are led by a facilitator to try and pretend like we're in a real emergency scenario. Many of our staff, of course, got to be actually on the ground in a real emergency with the Wesley Ridge fires. So as much as, of course, we don't want that to happen, it does provide a really great training opportunity for our staff as well. We received some shared funding for ESS training and supplies of $46,000, and have collaborated with the town of Qualicum Beach as they collaborate with us on getting some grant funding for training and equipment for the EOC as well. She also noted that we've done some collaboration with the RDN and town of Qualicum Beach to complete some evacuation route planning for those communities. And we were able to do that with some UBC grant funding. just noting there, participated in the RDN Wesley Ridge Emergency Operations Center, filling roles in logistics, planning and operations. So that was, I think maybe about 6 or 7 of our staff were working in the EOC during that time, as well as in the evacuation center in Qualicum Beach.
Thank you, Jetta. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So Jetta, is it possible either Kate or somebody could give us a brief sometime about this evacuation route planning that was done? I understand there was a lot of different stakeholders that attended that meeting. So I personally think as council, we should be aware of some of the things that came out of that route, emergency route planning.
Theo Kaler, if you could address that, please.
Sure. Thank you. If I may, through to Councillor Gar, we usually try to bring Kate, and often she's accompanied by the partners in the region to a council meeting a couple of times a year. And she does an update on a lot of the stuff you see on the slide here, but the volunteer specific stuff. So we can certainly arrange to have her come and focus on the evacuation planning if council wants that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mary. If I may add a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Grimes, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Jetta. The increase in on-call time for 2026, is that in anticipation that there will be a need for increased call time, or are we making up for overages in 2025, or how does that work?
Through the mayor, it's actually a kind of change. What we noticed is that when we had this real emergency in our community of significance, that we haven't really had a structure for that in the past to pay that on-call time. So it's an introduction of that, and would be shared across that regional collaboration. So that's where that's coming from. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, Kate's also provided some highlights of the work that EMO did. So this is our regional collaboration and what it's comprised of. We have 19 ESS volunteers, and those are folks that come in the event of an emergency to support, in this example, people that had been evacuated, and provide support at the evacuation center. We have 16 emergency communications team volunteers. The team has a small office in the Jensen Center, so they'll practice with different things, and so it's supporting them as well. And they volunteers attended approximately 465 hours of training, meetings, and workshops. And the communications team volunteers attended about 850 hours of training, meetings, and workshops. So again, incredible commitment by our volunteers to this work. Managed and operated the ESS reception center for the Wesley Ridge wildfire. Hundreds of residents received support at that center. And then assisted 19 individuals through standard ESS call-out procedures. They were all a result of structure fires in the region this year. So that's some of the work that we do with our ESS staff. And we do celebrate that team each year with a get together with all of the volunteers, and some of council may have attended that in the past.
Jetta, if I noticed a recent occurrence at the Jensen Center, new telecommunication antenna being built, if whoever was in charge of that could explain to council the replacement of that antenna and what roughly what the cost was on that, if you could.
Yeah, for
explain.
sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. I'll just skip ahead. Oops, back one slide here. This is a picture of it actually, but in last year's financial plan, that was approved by council for the replacement of that tower. And my understanding was that it had been hit by lightning in a couple of years ago and was due for replacement. And each of the regional partners has their own communications equipment. So this was, though, something that we used Growing Communities Fund to fund. So it wasn't funded by taxations, but by grant. And that project was started last year and completed this year. So there's no capital cost this year reflected in the financial plan, but it was in last year's financial plan.
Right. And so I was just confirming anyways that the project is completed.
Yes, I
Yeah.
think they're still up there tweaking a couple of things, but I think for all intents and purposes, it's done.
Yeah, I noticed when I've come in a couple of times that they've been working on it, but anyways, I thought that's great that we got this done anyways, very timely. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
been some roof work too, so I'm never quite sure which team it is
Yeah.
up there that's doing what project they're working on, but yes.
A lot of teams up there right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's, we can consider that complete. So that's great. Thank you.
Yeah. The minor capital for the emergency program is all grant funded for training and equipment, and Kate and her colleagues at Town of Qualicum Beach and RDN are always looking at these UBCM grants, and council's aware that most years we get one or two of these applications that are brought to council that provide funding for the training and equipment or EOC supplies.
So I just have a further comment. So we're also often asked about, are you applying for grants? Is the city applying for grants? So this is a case of, let's not lose the fact of this, right? It's just shy of $100,000. So we have this antenna program is set up, and so that's $100,000. And so that was a lot of money that could have been used, paid for by taxation, but instead the staff did apply for appropriate grants anyways and utilize that. So just saying my appreciation that they're looking for grant applications whenever possible. So thank you.
Yes, staff is constantly looking for other opportunities to fund all of our activities, whether it's ongoing or minor or major capital items. Just if there's another way that we can fund it, we certainly try to do that. Okay, on to community planning and building, and we do have our director of planning here today if there's any specific questions about the metrics that are reported in here. But very little change year over year in this department as well, and no change in the level of staffing. Those operations are relatively similar in terms of costs and minor increases as noted on the slide there. The director of planning has provided these metrics just in terms of looking at the trends. I think Councillor Gore has a question.
Go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Thank you, Jed. I'm still on the previous slide about the emergency management. It's not very budget specific, but perhaps our CAO can provide a little bit of information on the collaboration that we have with our local First Nations on emergency and disaster management. How are we being able to engage with them on this?
Go ahead, CAO Kaler.
Thank you. Yes, so through you to council, well, to all of council, the EDMA, which is the Provincial Emergency Disaster Mitigation maybe Act, can't remember the acronym, that legislation changed about 2 years ago and mandates us to work with First Nations on emergency planning. And in a positive side of that, the province provided funding, and the City of Parksville and Town of Qualicum Beach in turn provided grant funding to the Nanoose First Nation and Qualicum First Nation to support capacity on their end. And we have been working, we've had about a dozen meetings, I would say, between myself, the Town of Qualicum Beach CAO and the First Nation CAO equivalents. And our EPCs, who are the staff folks in our emergency program, are also working with their equivalents in the region. So we're very excited about that, even though at first it seemed a bit daunting to have that extra service level put on there. We've had a serendipitous relationship building improvement out of that. And we're actually working with the First Nation, the City of Parksville specifically, working with the Nanoose First Nation on a host of other things, including, I think I mentioned when I was speaking yesterday, we are working to provide some advice on some of the landscaping choices we have made, because they're looking at similar projects on some of their properties. And we're also working with them on an operational side where some of our operations and janitorial staff are providing advice on safe work procedures and things so that we're not reinventing the wheel in that situation. So ultimately, we'll have to let the nations decide where they want to go. But the goal, I think, in the end would be that they would join our EMO program. So they would be a participant in that. Although, of course, informally, we provide help to anyone wherever it's needed, but it would be, I think, really great if they were willing to come into that partnership more formally. And then we would, share joint response planning, joint communications and that kind of thing. But the nations are pretty comfortable to develop their own plans first and then see whether or not it's beneficial to be a partner of a regional function. But yeah, things are going great. It's been really positive to start to build that meaningful connection at the staff level for sure. And I think we'll see a growing interest and capacity in that at the political level in the coming years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kiva.
Okay, back to our community planning and building. As you know, our planning department and really specifically our director of planning leads and has led a lot of the kind of provincially mandated items that we've seen in terms of increased workload. And then, of course, the upcoming OCP as well that was reflected in the administration minor capital items. But what we're seeing just in terms of trends in our development community is perhaps trending downward a little bit. And so we've reduced the related revenues from this function, just expecting that those might be down as well in the next couple of years. So you can see the stats with the 2025 year to date, and most of those are down from the prior year. This shows a 5-year comparative. These ones are the same graphs, but just over a 10-year comparative. So just interesting to see kind of what happened since 2016 as well, where those trend lines, most of them are actually a little bumpy. So it's not quite as straightforward as it may seem. This chart is a little bit related to the engineering one in terms of here we have the development permits, development variance permits, rezoning applications, sign permits, and tree permits. And so this work being done by the planning department often, results in some work for engineering in subsequent years. But this is the 5-year trend on those application items and some of the tracking around that. With the exception of sign permits, all of them seem to be on a somewhat downward trend. This is the same, but on the 10-year metrics. Okay, that takes us to the end of community planning. Unless you've got questions for our director of planning, we'll move on to operations. Okay. As you know, operations encompasses a number of different kind of functional areas, but generally referred to as public works or operations within the city. It is about half of our staff, so there's a large number of staff out in that area as well, and includes administration, parks and trails, our facilities, fleet, roads and drainage, and then also water and sewer that we covered yesterday. We would group in with operations as well. Although, as you know, their numbers are not reflected in the financial plan for the general fund. They have their own self-sustaining fund. Some of the trends that we've seen in operations is just a real focus on developing those kind of major maintenance plans. And I'm seeing that in all of our areas, especially in facilities where we've had a bit of a backlog. We also see that trees, as wonderful as they are, have been causing a lot of issues as well across the city, whether it's in sidewalk repair or trails that have been disrupted by trees, and also just looking at aging trees that need to be replaced. And some of that is climate change driven as well. So in meeting with various departments, whether it was parks or roads, and looking at damage from trees or other issues, there's been cost implications to that. And so we'll see that in some of the numbers, as well as council will be receiving some information on the urban forest strategy. And that will also be looking at some of those things that we're seeing across the city as we kind of build out plans related to that urban canopy and the importance of that in light of climate change. But we'll have a couple pictures in here that show some of the work that's being done, and just wanting to deal with the safety issue for our residents, as well as liability issues that come up related to this work. So starting with parks and trails, a very small increase year over year, where we would have had a reduction for the training and then offset by increases in wages for park staff. As Kiva commented yesterday, we have, amazing beauty in our community. That's a lot of it maintained by our park staff, and they take a lot of pride in it, both in the community park and throughout the city. So just some pictures here showing that work in progress. Significant projects for 2025 included the community park, the Beach Fest relocation, the boardwalk renewal, which is still, I think we're still hoping will get done by the end of the year. Looking at Shelley Creek Parks West, and I think we have a new triceratops in the little playground there. I'm thinking that's a very odd word to have on a slide for us. And then looking at invasive plant management, and in the past that had been a minor capital item that was kind of done not really as just part of our regular operations, although it was always on their mind. It's now just part of our regular work that we do, and it's funded every single year, and it's called habitat restoration and invasive plants. And so there's funding there to really look at that systematically across the city, and the importance of doing that. Here's some beautiful pictures of different parks and trails work in our community park, especially including that relocation of the Beach Fest area, which I think was very, very successful this year and freed up our gathering plaza, which was enjoyed by so many people. Looking at minor capital for parks, which is usually the longest minor capital list because there's a lot of different things. What we've got identified this year is a number of significant maintenance items and or safety items. And this is where our longer term asset management programs are starting to identify this regular major maintenance items to extend the life of these assets. We also have some capital projects where the life can't be extended anymore and we need to actually replace. But just looking through at the minor capital projects for parks, there's a $50,000 amount for replacing a piece or more of playground equipment. So that's an annual funding amount that is funded by taxes. And from time to time, park staff will accumulate that over 2 years if the equipment is more expensive than that. But this year, I understand that it will be funding the replacement of the exercise equipment near the playground in the community park, as we've had quite a few of those damaged or broken down. So it's time to replace those. Looking at the urban forest strategy implementation, and as I mentioned, council will be receiving a report on that in the next few weeks. The sports fields and facilities needs assessment is a project that was approved by council last year. The planning work around it has been done, but the actual works will be done next year. So that amount's been carried forward from 2025 to 2026. The wetlands and ecologically sensitive areas management plans. So implementation of initiatives around that, $60,000 is funded by our local government climate action program grant. And so it's an application of those funds and is managed by the park staff. In 2026, the tennis court conversion in the community park, $40,000, and $20,000 of that is funded by user groups. So net $20,000 from the city. In 2026 is also the major refurbishment of the Springwood Park tennis courts. This has been in the financial plan for a number of years. And so this will be, like I say, major maintenance to extend the life of that asset. The Hearst walkway needs asphalt repair and the Rotary Park home plate renovations. Both of those were identified as safety items by our parks manager. And so they're in the minor capital just as major repairs and maintenance items. You'll note in the studies item at the bottom, 2027 is forecast to be an update to our Parks and Trails Master Plan, with the funding for that coming from that financial stabilization reserve, where we're putting money aside each month and transferring into the reserve for these types of plans and studies that are recurring over every 10 years or so. So that'll be funded by reserve at that point. Any questions on any of these projects?
Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I do.
Great.
And thank you for translating the LGCAP because that
There's a
was
lot of
going to be one
acronyms.
of my questions.
Yeah,
Thank you very
great.
much. But along those lines, I do have a question about the wetlands. I understand that in the past there was some work done there that inadvertently maybe caused some other issues for the wetlands. So with the work that's been done over this period, have those, let's say, errors or whatever you want to call them, have those been corrected? And how is that monitored, if I can ask?
I noticed that Kiva is gone and she might be the one to work on that. I know that our parks manager's away. Keith, do you know anything on that front? I'll just refer to our director of operations in case he has any information. Otherwise, we can follow up with Graham.
Yeah, through the mayor, sorry, I don't, I know I came long after that work was done. I haven't talked to Graham about that. I know they are treating hogweed and that type of thing in there. But as far as the previous work, I don't know.
I can actually, comment on that. The remediation was done, exactly that. And that included changing the drainage, a lot of the drainage so that it wasn't going out to the storm drain. And they've since done that. So they retrenched that area where the water was getting away. And they've, at the same time, they changed in some locations, the bedding for the trails that was going through there to make it easier for the, not the raptors, the salamanders and the lizards and the frogs, so they had access to get from one side of the trail to the other without being picked off by the raptors. That's what it was. And they did that. And so, and then the last, one of the last things that they did last year was to replant native species all the way along the trail to revegetate that area. And I'm proud to say that that was a year ago and they survived this last summer. They did very well. And the wetlands, I have to say, I'm a regular walker in the wetlands. The wetlands during the driest time this year, it was looking greener than ever in the middle of summer. And it still showed signs of retaining the moisture, which is exactly what a wetlands is supposed to do. So it's working. And I have to say that the many nature preservation groups in the city and area have spoken to me because they walk it as well as I do, and they recognize and they say it's an amazing job and well done to the staff that are doing it. And the latest things that they've done, they've changed, they've added some split cedar rail fencing to prevent trails being created where they shouldn't be created, and to keep our little four-legged pod friends, from going into it, as well as increased signage, interpretive signage, which is going in there too, and that's been ongoing, and they're adding to that as well. So the major remediation of that has been done, and there's still, I know that they still have plans for continuing it, but they really did a great job, I have to say. So our CAO is here as well, but that's how I've seen it come. So, Councillor Peel, carry on.
Thank you very much. That was exactly my question, was around the concern about the water and what was happening with the water, et cetera. So great to hear. And for those who don't know in the audience, we did get a lovely letter from a resident concerning that signage that was put in place, and that resident was very appreciative, and hats off to those who put together that signage. It is a wonderful place to walk if people aren't there walking, and well worth the trip. I also had a question about, Sutherland Park and the ravine rehabilitation. And I do recall that we discussed this at council as well. So again, for the general audience, that is going to be focused on, I gather, the removal of invasive plants, but does that mean that nothing is done there in the meantime, or is there a minimal level of attention or maintenance that goes to that area? I'm just curious.
Yeah, through the mayor, I understand. Yeah, I think it's a regular upkeep, but not kind of gold standard park maintenance. And there's also a trail connection through there that Graham was focused on. But I think it's been a project that's been put on 2027, just given the other load. And yeah, looking at taking out the invasive and planting the natural species. And again, that one is also funded by the LG cap. Yeah.
Okay. And Councillor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I don't have a question. I want to make a comment. I'm watching all this deliberation and everything, and I look at Kiva and the team and everything and the management and Parksville. I am just so impressed with the care that's taken with our little town, because it's not a big place, yet we have to preserve it. And this is what this is about. And I appreciate the care coming from the team. That was all I wanted to mention. Yeah, that was.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So Jenna, looking at your sheet here, I see the tennis court conversion, $40,000. And then there's also the community park tennis courts repainting. I guess that needs to be changed. But do we repaint the courts after every 4 years or so?
Through the mayor. So that's out at 2030. So I actually think it's much more, many more years than that. I think the last time it was done is maybe 3 years ago. So I don't know exactly the rotation that it's on, but I think this work would be done. And depending on the assessment of that work, we might even move that out. So for example, once that project is complete, we would revisit this amount as part of our 5-year plan review. And so we may receive direction from the manager parks to say, I think that painting is actually good for 7 years. And so it might get moved out, but it's been something that's been a regular maintenance occurrence. And so we try and identify and fill out the 5 years as much as possible so we can identify anything that's coming forward. So that amount is in there as a placeholder for now, and it'll be adjusted if need be after that project is done in 2026.
If I may continue, Mayor, I have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm guessing the Springwood and the community park courts, they are getting refurbished or repainted at the same time, hopefully. I'm guessing this is to hopefully will save us some costs if you are able to get the same contractor. Was that the intent?
Through the mayor, I don't actually know that. I think it will depend on the particulars of the works. For example, I think the work that needs to be done at the tennis court conversion in the community park will be far less than what is required at Springwood, because there was work done on refurbishing the community park tennis courts a couple of years ago. So I can't comment on that in terms of what the procurement plans are around that. Certainly, I know our teams always are looking for opportunities where we can combine those works. So I think if it is similar, I expect that Graham and his team will look at combining those, but I actually don't know that.
Thank you. I have
Councillor
another
Beale.
question. Sorry.
I'm going to Councillor Beale right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Jetta. I noticed that the railway water tower is on this list, and I'm curious, are these placeholder amounts, and would this be an RFP to do this work, or is this something that would be done in-house? Perhaps not. And for those out there who might not realize, if one walks around and look at this closely, the rot is really quite evident.
I'm going to let our CAO Kaler address this if I could. It's relatively, it's an ongoing project, and Kiva has some extra news for you now.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor to council. So we are working with ICF, the Island Corridor Foundation, and the ENN Rail Group to have the tower removed from city property by January 31st next year. we acknowledge that this took a lot longer than was ever anticipated. And we actually, with council direction, gave kind of a final notice to that group fairly recently. So we received their response and they are confident that they can finally fulfill the obligations that council put on them in 2019 now. So council has given them half of the funds that are required to demolish that, and they would probably ask for the other half. And council has approved that in previous years as a $35,000 total amount. That's what it would have cost the city to remove it ourselves. So previous councils now made that decision to let them access that fund. So we're hopeful that finally this will bring resolve to it. If it's not completed by January 31st, we will just be removing it.
Any other comments? Councillor Gore, you had a follow-up.
Thank you. This is about urban forest strategy implementation. If any staff members want to take a pick on this. So there's $50,000 allocated. I'm guessing that's for the study, but the implementation is only 1 year, 30,000. I was hoping it would be a multi-year implementation for this.
Okay. CAO Kaler will address this. Councillor Gar.
Yes, thank you. Through you to Councillor Gar. So we have a presentation from the consultant scheduled for November 17th, and it will be up to council then to actually create an implementation plan. So we'll talk more about it on the 17th, I guess is probably my best recommendation at this point. And there'll be a lot of information provided by staff at that time as well on our current level of service, and then seeking direction from council.
Thank you. Carry on.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify on that urban forest strategy implementation. The amount was $50,000 in 2025, and we're not expecting that to be fully spent in 2025. So 30,000 has been carried forward to 2026. So it's not $80,000 total. It's the same 50. It's just carry forward to 2026 is our estimate at this point, and funded by carry forward. So just wanted to clarify that total project cost.
So if I may, a question on that, Jed, the $50,000 for 2025, recently, as of just this week anyways, we received information about the 200 trees being planted in the industrial way area adjacent to Top Ridge. Did part of the funding for those 200 trees, did that come out of that 50,000 out of 2025?
I believe so, yep.
Thank you. Great. Great job too, by the way.
Okay.
It looks amazing.
Oh, does it? Great. I
Yeah,
haven't
yeah,
seen
it
it
does.
yet. All right, just looking at, oh, look at that gorgeous picture. Speaking of the wetlands. I think that's the wetlands. The sources of funds for the minor capital, looking at 2026 is 200,000 coming from taxation, and that's really related to those major maintenance items that have been identified. And 20,000 of donations towards the community park tennis courts conversion. And then we've got some carry forward funds there as well. Looking out at the operational funding in 2027 through 2030 is that $50,000 per year for the playground structure, as well as a couple of other items in those subsequent years. The 150,000 in 2027 is the gas tax fund being used to fund our Parks and Trails master plan update. The gas tax can be used on studies of that nature. Mostly it's capital funds, but we can use it for plans like this. So we often try to use that external funding that has time limitations on it and save our own reserves for other projects such as implementation that may come from those plans. Council has recently received a presentation on the Parksville Pathway project, but we'll see within the capital plan for parks that this, of course, is a very significant project. What I wanted to bring to council's attention is, as compared to the budget in the prior year, there is an increase of approximately $200,000 to phase 1. And so we have included that in the capital plan, but want to make council aware of that in case you would like to provide different direction on that. We do know that it's being tendered very shortly, and so I'm hoping that we'll be able to bring back to council some better cost estimates. Right now, it's still a pretty high level cost estimate in terms of the construction cost. And as we know, those costs have been increasing, but we'll wait until we have the actual tender and be able to provide council with some reporting back on that and the actual funding required. About 75% of this is funded by DCCs, with 25% of other funding and coming from Parks Reserve. So again, just wanting you to be aware of that. The next thing that would be for council's consideration is looking at a spending proposal for phase 2 of that pathway. And the early estimates at a high level for the phase 2 is $2.5 million. Of course, that's subject to looking at where that actual path would go and what that includes, but that'll be coming to council separately as a spending proposal with some more details on that. Looking then at the capital plan for parks and trails, a number of projects with the most significant of those being the pathway project. Again, similar to the urban forestry, the number that's showing in 2026 is the number, not the total of 2025 and 2026, but that carry forward and the amount that's expected to be spent in 2026. But it is an increase over the prior year, what was included. The other items that are included in 2026 is the replacement of the beach hut roof, and that's being funded by capital reserve as a kind of major maintenance capital item. It will extend the life of that building. The Shelley Road Center Playground, which was approved by council last year. Some design work and consultation has been started in 2025 and expecting that to be installed in 2026. There is a small donation that also is towards that, but $100,000 total cost allocated on that. The Maple Glen resurfacing is a safety project, as well as a project that's been identified as a very well-used trail that could use an upgrade just in terms of width. And so what we've done on this is our manager of parks has identified this as a 3-year project being done in sections. So it will be partially redone, and that's where we get some of the tree damage that is part of the issue here, is that it's a very uneven path right now, but it's also going to be widened. And so the incremental cost related to the widening of the path will come from DCC funds. We have trail linkage dollars in the DCCs, and then the replacement will come from capital reserve of the kind of refurbishment and renewal of the current path. So you'll see that in 2026, 27, and 28. The lacrosse box replacement is the other one where we've seen a significant cost escalation. So in 2026, there's $715,000. The total project cost that was approved by council was for $750,000. So we've done some early design work, is expected to be completed by the end of 2025. It was funded and is currently in the plan as Growing Communities Fund, but our manager of parks is estimating that this project is going to be at least $1 million. And so the cost escalation on this is about $250,000 minimum. We haven't gone to tender on this. So again, this is a high level amount. So if council wants to have some discussion around that today, we can do that. We can also bring it back as a decision item, because this is a project that hasn't had a lot of work started on it. And so we want to check in with council again with respect to that new cost estimate and how that might get funded before it proceeds any further. What I will note is that it was 100% funded by Growing Communities Fund. There was no input or funding provided by user groups on this one. So that might be something that council wants to consider. There isn't other Growing Communities Fund available in that magnitude that could be used to top this amount up. So we do need to have some discussion and a decision about this project and where it goes from here at that kind of next cost estimate. So I'll leave that to your discretion, whether you want to have some conversation around that today?
I think it would be more prudent to have that on a separate, at a separate meeting, a decision meeting, whether it's committee of the whole or whatever, at a council meeting. I think that'd be better because this is news now that kind of changes a lot of things, because we had planned on this, and the fact that it's coming up with another $250,000, then I want to go into details of where we can get that from. To make the project complete, everything, to use the funds that we have, but also where are we which pocket are we going to dig into to see, to supplement that?
Right.
But
And I think that's part of that early kind of work that Graham was doing on this. And it kind of, obviously that's when you do this planning and
Right.
design that these things get highlighted. So I actually think that's a good idea, because Graham isn't actually able to be here today. And so at a subsequent meeting, he would be able to more adequately answer
Yeah.
particular questions. I'll work with him on identifying if we have any recommendations for funding, which perhaps includes looking to user groups for some of that, as we've seen on some of our other projects, but we'll bring those options to council so that you can understand and make that decision with all that information.
That would be appreciated. That
Okay.
would be the best way to handle it. Thank you. Councillor Beal, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Jetta. I have a question about the Maple Glen Trail resurface. I'm assuming, but assuming is always a problem, right? When I want to get some clarification. I think that is this referring to the trail that is going from Despard through to Hearst, and that has an asphalt cover? Okay. And is there any talk or plan for looking at the section that carries on? It's not called Maple Glen Trail at that point, but in fact, when you cross the road at Hearst, then there is also pathway that goes from Hearst through to Morrison, but is a gravel surface. So I'm just wondering if that's part of any longer range plan.
Yeah.
If you know.
Through the mayor, I'm not familiar with that, but we could ask Graham that question when he's back. Keith, unless you have anything on that one? No. Okay, so we'll follow up with Graham on that in case that's in his kind of subsequent years plans around trail work. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Gore, you're next.
Thank you. So looking at the parks facilities, Jetta, and the beach hut and the kin hut, specifically about the beach hut, the folks from AOA have mentioned that the bathrooms still are not accessible because they do not have the actuators for the washrooms to use. Is staff looking at perhaps resolving that issue?
Through the mayor, do you mean, is that the automatic door opener that we've
Correct.
had installed? It's not a project that is listed in the minor capital right now. So if that was something, I know that obviously part of that new washroom building was that full accessibility in that building, which is amazing, but I'm not aware of the door opening mechanisms being added as a project at this point.
Yeah, so to be clear, this is the older one, right? The beach hut is the older washroom?
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Foster and Springwood doors were done in 2025. But this isn't on the work plan right now, unless Graham has it somewhere in his work. But typically those projects we put on our minor capital list. So I'm not sure. It is listed here for now.
I know that the staff have looked at everything, as they say, with an accessibility lens on everything they do, which on the refurbishment or replacement of any of our buildings, that's what they look at. So definitely the accessibility concerns would be addressed at that time. I'm totally confident in staff's competence to do so. Councillor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to add some insights about that particular topic, the issue is that there isn't the automatic door opener, and the reality for the way the construction was is that the wiring, the electrical is inside the concrete, and so that makes it very challenging. But to add to that, as we understand, we're all aware here that the newer washrooms during much of the year are closed as of leave, a particular time, whether it be 4:30, 5 o'clock, 5:30. And I don't recall the particular month, but so for a number of months of the year, if you're arriving just a little bit later, the only washrooms are the ones that are at that beach hut. So it does in fact cause quite an issue for people who need that, that additional access for it.
I can maybe address that somewhat. Are you speaking of, Councillor Beal, the washrooms that have earlier closing hours or after dark, so to speak? It was a security thing, the security issue. So some of them, yeah, I recall that we changed the hours on the operating hours for some of the washrooms last year, but it was a security concern after dark. And so that's why they were closed for various reasons. Yes. CEO Kaler, can you address further?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking, we did a notice on it recently. I think, I'm just trying to check the timing for the closure. I felt like it was 7 p.m. But I might need a moment to find it. Yeah, we usually are open till 10 in the summer hours, and I think it was 7 in the winter hours, 7 p.m. But I will find the news release and send it to council.
Thank you. Good with that.
Okay.
Okay, go, carry
on. The other thing that I'll bring to your attention that is outside of 2026, looking at the next year, is the skateboard park renewal. And again, this is a safety item that's been identified by our manager of parks. So not a critical emergency, but certainly something that needs to be on the radar. It's also quite an expensive fix. And so it's in the financial plan for $1.5 million in 2027, which is our early estimate from the manager of parks. And what we've assumed in terms of the funding is looking for a grant to fund at least half of that. And I know that the town of Qualicum Beach has, I think, a brand new skateboard park. And there was an enormous amount of fundraising done around that. So I'm not sure what the appetite might be for fundraising in a nearby community, but I think Graham will start to have the conversations around that. What we've been trying to do with our asset management work is to get these on the radar within the 5-year financial plan. And he's identified this as a safety item versus kind of as a more of a cosmetic fix.
While we don't have a chair, Jetta, watching how that group worked with the town of Qualicum Beach Council was amazing. It's almost a textbook advocacy situation. And I think we've received emails from that same group about Parksville. So I'd be very surprised if they weren't as excited to see the same kind of thing happen for the city of Parksville, as many provincial and federal contributions that we could get. It's kind of what I see coming.
What I understand from that group is they're taking a bit of a breather. I think there was a lot of energy put into that one in town of Qualicum Beach. And so maybe they need to regroup and get back to the next one. But I think council won't see them this year about that. But Graham is got that on our radar for 2027. The other project that was approved last year, sort of similar to that ravine refurbishment, was the Sutherland Stairs decommissioning and new trail connections. So that is in 2027 as well. The final project on the facilities side of parks is the Kin Hut is in need of significant renewal. And this has been on the radar for a number of years. We ended up doing the new washroom building. So Graham has identified this again. What he shared with me is that this project is a lot simpler because all of the utilities are already in place. So it's not like the new washroom building where all of that needed to be planned out. However, it is in a sensitive archaeological area. So we can only do the footprint that's there. So he's got an estimate of $250,000 for that upgrade refurbishment, and that would be funded from capital fund or from capital reserves, sorry.
And I just want to comment on the Kin Hut, since I'm an old guy. I've been around a long time. So I remember that one time in previous years of council, the Kin Hut was actually set for demolition, because it was it's an old Kin Hut. And then our staff actually went in there and evaluated the building itself, and they said, actually, it's still got life in it. It actually has some really good bones, as well as it had services already to that site. So it would be somewhat of a waste, because as we know, washroom facilities are a very important asset in our parks. And they're also very costly, not only for construction, but for maintenance. So I'm pleased to hear that we know that it's going to need to be replaced, that those old bones will rot eventually. But at the same time, we have the utilities already there, the underground that's there. So I'm pleased that we're not going to lose a washroom. We're going to have it refurbished. So good on staff for looking long term. Thank you.
I think the other perspective that Graham had on it is, if the lacrosse box project goes ahead, we might have a whole lot more usage renewed in that area. So just taking a look at what are the amenities around that area, and kind of putting this back on the radar for council for this upgrade.
Perfect. Councillor Gore, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. And I apologize in advance in case you've already covered this, Jetta, about the Beach Fest relocation design. I know there's $200,000 allocated, but I think the group, the Beach Fest Society, has expressed interest to share the cost 50-50. Is that being accounted for?
Right, through the mayor. So that $200,000 was the amount in 2025. And yes, incorporated in that financial plan in the spring 2025 financial plan was the cost sharing from Beach Fest. They're actually, there's been communications about them making payment on their cost share. And it was, I think, $150,000 that was in the financial plan that they were going towards. Maybe only 100. I may be adding an extra 50. But yes, there's been communication. That's all been in progress and the project complete. Yes.
Completed,
but
yeah.
There's nothing in 2026 related to that.
Right. So just to clarify, the cost, actual cost to the city was about $100,000 on this, not $200,000.
Through the mayor, yes, we show the gross cost here, and then in the revenue side, show the cost recovery from Beach Fest. So yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. This slide just summarizes the funding related to capital for parks. And what I would like to point out is that we put a lot of effort into trying to find other ways to fund these works other than taxation. So if we've got grants, we try and bring that to council for opportunities to use gas tax or growing communities fund toward these projects. There's other things like LG cap or other things that may come along. We identify the DCCs that we can use where possible. And so as well as if items have been taxed for in the past, there's carry forward funds as well. The Parks Reserve is being used to supplement the funding on the Parksville pathway. And as we noted, Growing Communities Fund is being used currently to fund that original cost estimate on the lacrosse box. Of course, the amounts that are coming from the capital reserve have ultimately been collected through property taxes, but I think it allows council a lot of flexibility on these projects to have those reserves. And where possible, we try and use those external grants and maybe supplement it with reserves. But you can see that of all of that capital funding, that operations number along the top is the amount that's coming from current year taxations. So I think this new reserve structure has given council a lot of flexibility and resulted in not those significant peaks and valleys that would come from, the changes in those capital funds were we taxing for them in the current year. Just a picture here of the Maple Glen to show why that's on the radar for the renew over the next couple of years. And just that when it was built, our population was far less, especially out in that neighborhood. And so I think Graham has received a lot of feedback, both about repairing a lot of this tree damage, but as well as, just the ability to maybe make it twice as wide would be very beneficial for families and people in using strollers and other active transportation means to share that pathway. So some creative kind of shared funding on that between DCC and Capital Reserve in terms of refurbishing that over the next 3 years. Yeah, I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, we're at 12:15. Do we want to stop at the end of Parks there if there's no more questions? And then
I'm going to ask for your estimate, Jetta, to see you're rolling around. We're making great progress on this whole thing.
we really are.
What I was going to suggest is, if we can roll through the rest of the sheet here, or the rest of the pages here type of thing, and then break for lunch after we complete it. I'm only thinking for the staff consideration that are here as well, so that they don't have to they could get back to the job. I'm just saying, do estimate your slides presentation.
I would think we've got another hour
Okay,
for
okay.
sure. Yeah,
Okay, so
maybe an hour and a half, but I would
okay.
suggest we're maybe 70% of the way through, maybe even 75%. So
okay, yeah, if it was just going to be another 15, 20 minutes, I would say let's run
Right.
through to it. But okay, that's great.
yeah, and but I think we'll be done well before 4.
So staff, you do get to stick around for lunch. I'm not trying to get rid of you. Right, okay, so good time for a break right now?
Okay,
Yeah,
great. Thank you.
Okay, let's go for it. Okay, we're gonna break for lunch now, so have a recess and we'll try and do it a 30-minute lunch if we could as well. We're gonna be 12:20, so that'll be 12:50. We'll resume. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the phase 2 of our meeting today, a committee of the whole meeting. We're carrying on with Ms. Holmes. If you can carry on with your presentation, starting with buildings and facilities. Thank you.
Great. Continuing on with operations, this is another functional area where there's been significant additions in this area over the last 5 years, both in kind of asset management programs related to facilities, which are still underway, but also adding some staff, just recognizing that there's been additions to the number of facilities in the city, as well as looking at a lot of these are aging and requiring proactive maintenance work. That said, the year-over-year operational costs related to facilities is essentially unchanged. And what that would be is that we've reallocated the training to that corporate budget, but also offset by the increase in wages for staff in that department. And then we'll go through the details of the minor capital and capital. Just for your information, the staff in this area have oversight for the operations buildings and PCTC, the outdoor theater in the community park, the Jensen Center, Shelley Road Center, and we do have one municipal property in a park that is also maintained, the washroom facilities in all parks in the city, and then some garbage pickup downtown as well. A number of pictures here looking at some of the projects that were completed in 2025. HVAC and building controls upgrades here in the PCTC, which a lot of people are warmer as a result of that, because there was a lot of issues with that throughout, but especially in the VIU space. The elevator upgrades, as required by regulation, were completed in the PCTC this year. Updating the Springwood pump station siding, the washroom accessibility in Springwood and Foster Park washrooms that we referenced earlier on, the roof repairs on the Jensen Center, and then there was a number of different renovations done to the Shelley Road Center as well, just a variety of major maintenance items there. And then looking at operations yard roof repairs, building A and B. Keith and his team have done a lot of work in assessing a lot of these buildings and identifying some of these major maintenance items. And there has been a lot of roof repairs in the budget in recent years and also going forward. Looking at the minor capital items for facilities in 2026, in the PCTC, there's some painting that is going to be done. This is something we've been deferring. It's been in the budget for a few years and we keep pushing it off a year. So maybe this will be the year that we get it done. The facilities staff have been pulled into a lot of more emergent and urgent projects than this. And so this is back in the budget. As well as replacing the chairs in the admin room, which also are aging and long past their life cycle, I think, as well as some additional painting within the city-only spaces, in addition to the common area painting in the top section there. A number of projects identified for the PCTC within the 5 years. Our Director of Operations will be meeting with PCTC partners and will review this financial plan with them as well. Just to make sure that there aren't any additional items. And if so, we would bring those back to council. Other facilities, looking in 2027 at some funding related to assistance around building out some facilities maintenance plans as part of our asset management program. In 2026, we also have an ongoing item that is CPTED, which is that crime prevention through environmental design. So always looking at our facilities through that lens, especially where we might have incidents that come up with bylaw. And is there something that we can do to make that safety component and crime prevention component improved? We also have a $50,000 contingency item for facilities. Again, when we've got aging business or aging buildings, we can't always foresee what might come up, and this contingency is often needed to deal with repairs, or as was the case last year, a flood in the Jensen Center. So that amount again will be taxed only when it's used. The majority of funding for facilities does come through taxation. We haven't yet built up a lot of reserves related to these facilities, and it's something that as we take a look at the asset management programs and understand the funding better for facilities, we'll start to build that and bring recommendations back to council. We do have amounts that we've allocated to a reserve for PCTC specifically, just because we knew there was some significance there. And we reallocated amounts from the accumulated surplus to the PCTC reserve. In addition to that, there is $30,000 per year that is put to that reserve, which is likely not enough, but it is something at this point, and we have used those reserves in some of the plan items. Looking at capital for facilities, some more roof work in 2026, looking at the Public Works Building A HVAC replacement and roof, both in 2026 for a total of $130,000. The PCTC capital items, some exterior works, the roof safety railings, and then replacing the wooden posts and trellises that are around the exterior in 2026 and 2027 for PCTC. The amounts that are shown there is the City of Parksville's share of the PCTC total cost, which is shared, of course, with the school district as well. In 2026, there's $8,300 related to server room fire protection upgrade. So just one of those items that's been identified as requiring an upgrade for the server room here in the PCTC building. Looking out to 2028, there's some significant costs again there where we've got a roof replacement on Jensen as well as window replacement as well.
If I could take a question from Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Looking at the Jensen Center and all the expenses coming up in the next few years, close to $500,000. Are you aware if we have any expense sharing agreement with the BGC on this facility? Or is it all falling on the Parksville taxpayers?
Yeah, through the mayor, our agreement provides for the city is responsible for the costs of the building envelope and major systems. So no, on these capital items, there wouldn't be cost sharing with the BGC. On interior items, they have responsibility for some of those maintenance items that are just kind of everyday maintenance type items, as well as if they were going to do any improvements or anything in there. For example, if they wanted to repaint a room, that would be their cost, not theirs. But all of the building envelope type costs are the city's costs for all of our facilities with these shared use agreements.
Thank you.
A couple of the other things that are in the longer term 5-year plan, we see the replacement of the generator for the PCTC and some more work on the Jensen Center. Noting at the bottom the sources of funds, you can see that most of them are coming from reserves where possible, some carry forward, and then the other would be our PCTC reserve that we're using for some of those costs as well. Keith and his team have done a lot of work in trying to identify kind of the urgent items on our facilities, but I think council can look in the next few years to a more comprehensive asset management plan and major maintenance plans for our facilities, which we don't have right now, but we've done a lot of work in identifying these ones that are more urgent in nature. Okay, if no more questions on facilities, we'll move on to roads and drainage and fleet, as well as kind of administrative costs related to the operations department. This is one of the more challenging areas for us to budget because a lot of it is unpredictable. It's dependent on weather and things like that that change year over year, whether that's ice and snow clearing or drought related items. And so within this budget is a lot of kind of contingency type items, which year over year may change, but we tend to leave the budgets mostly the same and look at kind of an average of 3 to 5 years and say, yeah, on average, that's about how much we use. Although some years it may be much less and some years a little bit more. And we do look at these budgets in their entirety to say, okay, maybe it's going to be up this year, but it might be low in another account. We also noted yesterday that there have been a couple of vacancies longer term within operations. So some of our costs in 2025 are lower than they would have otherwise been. And some of those works just didn't get done. So dealing with the most urgent works and some of the things that are discretionary, we just didn't have the staff to do that. So we'll keep that in mind when we're looking ahead at kind of what those expenditures are in terms of actuals. Okay, looking at what's in the financial plan, we've got, again, mostly decreases actually across the board in here. And some of that is reallocating accounts where we have amounts that have increased and amounts that have decreased, as well as reallocating those training amounts to the corporate training account. So you can see there's a nominal increase in admin, a decrease in roads and drainage, a decrease in fleet, and then in minor capital, and we'll get into some of the details of that. Again, these budgets do change just depending on a variety of factors that are often unpredictable. Got some metrics on roads and fleet, and here's a picture of some of our vehicles that we use, as well as the new salt shed that was built last year, which looks great, and I'm sure our staff are very happy with that change. The request for service in 2025 gives you some idea of kind of magnitude of calls. Roads and drainage, 437, and these would all be year to date. Building and facilities, 250, parks, 375, utilities, 219, and then call outs, 134, for a total of 1,415 requests for service. And that's, like I say, year to date. We haven't got into our December winter months potentially, but just some pictures of some of the works being done by our operations staff. The road marking and line painting is an annual item and managed by our supervisor of roads and drainage. And so he's noting here 1,899 square meters of thermoplastic installed and completed, including 81 crosswalks repaired or replaced, 175 stop bars repaired or replaced, and 59 turn arrows. 85,000 meters of line painting completed. Wow, that's amazing. I love metrics like this. Yeah, I know that thermoplastic lasts a lot longer, and so the frequency with which we have to redo that is longer than the other painting.
Mr. Mayor,
Sorry.
I have a question here. Do we?
Councilor Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Do we own this equipment, or do we lease it out, or what do we do with this equipment?
Through the mayor, it's by contract, that work.
That
Yes.
works, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Sidewalk inspections, 2025, 274 sidewalk inspections completed. This is an area where our operations staff have worked with GIS to track and note where inspections were completed on the map. And so they can really have a much easier idea of managing this and see on the map where this work has been done. It's also a lot of work where we've seen the tree damage and sidewalks being identified as in need of repair because of heaving from trees and things like that. As noted here, they have a 3-year cycle where they do a third of the city each year. So completed one zone in 2025, which resulted in 28 sidewalk repairs, multiple panel replacements, grinding and repairing trip hazards. Storm and sanitary flushing program. So this is where our ops staff are doing both for the sanitary sewer fund as well as our drainage works within roads and drainage. So some pictures of their work here. 177 catch basins cleaned and inspected, 223 sanitary lines flushed, and 119 drainage mains flushed. Some statistics around that as well. Looking now to operations minor capital projects.
I have a
Um,
question, Mayor, please.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Gore.
Thank you. Jedi, if you can go back to the sidewalk repairs, please. I wonder if you are aware of the ops staff might know, is there a priority on accessibility when we are designating those zones for priority wise for repairs? And other than repairs, are we also looking at like let downs, which we need for the walkers, wheelchairs, power scooters? Are we focusing on accessibility as well when we do these inspections and repairs?
I'm going to pass this over to our Director of Operations, who will know more particulars about this.
Through the mayor, yes, when the sidewalks are being inspected, we are looking at accessibility all the time. And then we do have an accessibility account. This year we've teamed up with engineering. They've done a design for a crosswalk at Pym and Morrison, right by the school. So we're going to be putting in new crosswalks, let downs, the beacon flashers. So yeah, we are looking at accessibility all the time.
Perfect. I know being a liaison to AOA, they've been quite vocal about a section of 19A, I think it's from Roscoe to Pym, that needs some attention for accessibility angle. So I don't know if that's on your radar for this year, next year.
Okay, through the mayor, yes, we'll definitely check that out.
Thank you, Keith.
Okay, looking at minor capital projects in this area, they tend to be recurring items, and these are where we see the kind of major maintenance piece of our roads and drainage infrastructure. And so we have a minor road construction budget, a major crack sealing and patching program, $30,000 in each year. The thermoplastic road marking, which is done only every few years. There's the sidewalk and accessibility improvements account that our Director of Operations was just referencing, and there is $40,000 in there to take care of repairs that are identified or other accessibility issues that are raised in a year. And then the traffic signal maintenance and repair, again, similar at looking at traffic signals that may be required. What I will note is, although these have generally been in here as contingency type items, most years they're being fully spent just because there's a deferred maintenance piece on a lot of these that we're paying a lot of attention to with respect to our asset management program, really kind of operationalizes a lot of this. So it may be something that we end up moving into our operational budget. At the same time, I do like to highlight where we have these major maintenance costs. For council's information, that we are doing that work in an effort to extend the life of these assets, so that if we're doing patching work or minor road repairs, rather than needing a full build of the road a number of years down the road, this helps to extend the life and the base of the roads. So I do like to bring attention to it in the minor capital as well. But I just wanted to raise the point that typically it is taxed most years because it is spent most years. There isn't anything kind of different than those categories in here this year, but there is another picture there of kind of what's identified when we do our sidewalk inspections and where a repair might be required.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Jetta, thank you. For the item listed, major crack sealing / patching, no, on that same patching program. So is this separate from and different from the study that we had that looked at the condition of the roads with the recommendation that that we address some issues very early on, but at a significant cost, quite frankly, so that things would last longer? Now, is some of that reflected in this line, or is that separate again?
I'm going to turn to our Director of Engineering because I think he can more appropriately comment on this. I know that engineering and operations staff often work together on these projects to optimize that procurement and budget amount, but perhaps our Director of Engineering can provide more technical response.
Thank you, through to the mayor, or through the mayor to Councillor Beal. We do work with ops, and generally this is considered their money. And if they identify some major patches they spend from here, the other amount you're referring to, I think, is a 500,000 for the major overlays. That is funds engineering handles, but we consult ops on that too. So we work closely with both those accounts.
Okay.
Good with that?
Okay, the next part, although it's shown here in operations, as I referenced earlier, it's actually the engineering department that typically coordinates the infrastructure projects. Sometimes that's working in concert with operations staff, but it'll be engineering that'll plan and manage these projects. So there's the asphalt overlays that our director of engineering was just referencing, and that was a $500,000 amount. It has been indexed with council's approval starting last year. And so that work it's amazing how quickly that amount of money can be spent on asphalt. So it is certainly the bare minimum, I think, that we could be spending on asphalt overlays. And I think part of the reporting on Monday that was brought to you, although we expect that infrastructure deficit amount that was shown for roads is likely higher than in actuality once we get some more data, this amount just is continually updating that and really just repairing the roads to extend the life of those. The operations yard wash bay is a project that's in progress this year. And so that amount, when we know at the end of the year, the carry forward will be adjusted as needed. The Wrens Road pothole remediation is about $55,000 in the budget, is just some significant repair work that's needed on Wrens Road that is being coordinated by engineering. The infrastructure projects that will be done in 2026, there's a sidewalk completion on Weld Street, the Seaway Rock Pits. Stanford Road is going to be a significant project over 2 years, and we've seen that in each of the funds. That's something that once we have tendered, these are very high level estimates. We'll be able to fine tune these amounts both in terms of total project cost as well as the allocations to each of roads, drainage, sewer, and water. So we think it's more important to get kind of magnitude type estimates in here just so that it's on council's radar as to the kind of magnitude of spend required, as well as having the opportunity once we've gone to procurement to fine tune those going forward. The other significant project will be on Jensen Avenue with roads and drainage here totaling about $1.5 million in 26 and $750,000 in 2027. The Alberni sidewalk will be completed in 2026. Engineering staff worked very hard to try and get that into 2025, but it looks like it will be in the new year now. And as a reminder from what we discussed earlier, some of that is being funded by DCCs. So that was helpful in terms of funding that over $2 million project. Looking out to 2027, we see the continuation of Stanford and Jensen, and so we'll be using accumulated reserves in the infrastructure reserve to fund those amounts because it is higher than our typical annual infrastructure investment. And then 2028 through 2030, we'll see an identification or an indication of projects in those years when council receives that longer term capital plan that is synthesizing the master plans. And we'll be assessing the urgency of various projects, looking at it comprehensively rather than one-off projects so that we can be spending that infrastructure funding as efficiently as possible.
Councillor Beal. And I see you as well, Councillor Gower. I'll be with you after Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a question about Jensen Avenue West. So is this the area beyond Alberni Highway out to Molliet. Is that the area we're talking about? And really probably beyond McMillan, kind of where it does that curve. Is that the area?
Right, sort of starting near the fire department and going from there.
Okay, and thank you. And as part of that with the drainage, at the end of the day, much as ditches do provide a lot of great infiltration, do we know if as part of that plan that there will be less of a ditch along the side of that road, or do we know that?
I'm going to turn to our director of engineering in case that design piece has already been decided.
Through the mayor to Councillor Beal, that it is in preliminary design stage, but the intent is to install curb and gutter, remove the ditches, but also incorporate some sort of infiltration, ideally at the end where there's that beautiful willow tree across from the fire hall. And as part of the design, we're also looking at undergrounding the power in front of the fire hall to support that project. But that is about 1.5 years out, just working with BC Hydro. And that rain garden will be probably removed, but replaced on the fire hall property.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think of all the kids over the year who walk along, go down in the ditch because there's so little room on the side there. I just think it'll be really exciting. I think that many people will be very, very pleased to see Stamford Avenue addressed as well as Alberni, and having sidewalk along there really will improve safety and comfort for people using that both in vehicles and otherwise.
Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It's exciting, but at the same time, we're looking at big ticket items coming our way with all these improvements along the sidewalks and the roads. And I think it was previously has been mentioned by Councillor Grenz, I think, about the urban forest strategy, how we can utilize that information when we do these improvements along Alberni, Jensen, or Stanford. So hopefully it's not just nice sidewalks and roads, but it's also beautiful green trees. So there's some shade. And I would prefer some, and a lot of community members would prefer some natural drainage that can be continued. So I wonder what the plan is, if Mr. Boven can speak to incorporating some of the urban forest strategy into these improvements in all those important locations that we are seeing millions of dollars being spent. And also, rather than one-off, I guess the council needs to provide direction to our city how we want our streets landscape to look like in the future, with more of a green space and greenery and I don't know, like natural infiltration. So yeah, I just want input on these specific projects at this time.
Mr. Bowden.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gore. It's a little premature to comment on the trees, but we would work with the operations department on that, on the number. I think the current spacing in our subdivision development bylaw, maybe 20 meters, or it may have been removed from the previous iteration completely. That's just for new development. When we do our own capital works, we kind of have carte blanche to do what we want. But anytime we do install a tree in a boulevard, it creates an ongoing maintenance item for the Parks Department as well. So there's, I think, through the urban forest strategy, talk of trying to provide incentive for people to plant trees in their front yards, which is a better, I guess, option moving forward maintenance wise for us. So even on something like Jensen, if we were going through and then offered to subsidize a tree per lot, that's just an idea that's out there. But if council wants trees on Jensen, we can make it happen.
And further to your comments, Mr. Bowman, I recognize the fact that a lot of the trees on the sidewalks actually go against our accessibility, because it lessens the width of, in most areas, of the allowance that we have of the city of Parksville. So we want trees, but we also want accessibility. And so to your comment about encouraging people where we have narrower frontage there, that it would be more conducive to satisfy both needs by having those trees planted in the property owned by the individual owners along that roadway. So I think that's a better strategy, looking long-term and forward to ongoing maintenance, and whatever incentives we could put in place if that comes up under the urban tree strategy plan, which I'm assuming it's going to. So that would be great, that we could, you know, please both accessibility and the tree, the urban tree strategy crowd. So I think it's good to plan ahead as we have done, but I also recognize that I walk a lot of areas in the city, and I notice that the trees are right in the middle, or we have no parking signs right in the middle of the sidewalk that impede the accessibility of the individuals that we have in our community. So by reimagining or rethinking what the tree strategy looks like, I think is worthwhile. And I'm appreciative that you've recognized the fact that we can have both maybe, but we just have to manage it a little better. Thanks. Councilor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Where I live, we had a lot of trees bringing up the sidewalks and everything. It was just like really bad, and a lot of danger too, you know, tripping and fixing the sidewalks. They're all graded down and all sorts of stuff. So moving forward, what has been done is all the trees that are being planted, which are many, are all on the property, like near, not close to the house, kind of in between where a sidewalk would be and the house would be. Perfect. And there's lots of places for the roots to go and everything, and it's healthy. Because I think having trees, I mean, the city could offer an incentive, like you were saying. It's a really good idea. Just like we have the barrel thing and all those other things. It's kind of exciting to have an incentive for our community to, you know, we could get them a deal, right? Provide the tree and they can put it in or whatever. I don't know what, but I think that's a great idea to do an incentive program for trees. They grow very well here, but on their property. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Great.
For council's information, we do have our tree rebate program already that is very well received, but as our director of engineering is indicating, perhaps rather than planting and maintaining those trees at the city's cost, it's an increase to that rebate program funding and providing more opportunities for that if that was the direction of council. So typically I bring those rebate amounts back to council in the spring after we have kind of what the results were for the year. But Sarah had indicated to me that we were just about done with the rebates for this year. They've been very well received and used this year. The only other thing I'll note on the capital plan here is that in the years 28 through 29, just mentioning, of course, that those projects will come from an indication in the 10, 20-year capital plans. But just to note that that amount is increasing the investment each year by that construction index. And then there's the equivalent amount that we'll see in the contribution to reserves, such that those two match. So there's no taxation in the year related to the infrastructure project, but obviously within the total property taxes is the amount to fund the transfer to reserves. But just like with Stanford, sometimes that'll be underspent in a year to build up to that peak year where we have a more expensive project. So that's the reasoning behind kind of putting it into reserves first and then drawing out what we need when we have the infrastructure plan in front of you. So that's kind of procedurally how we move those funds from taxation to reserve and then investing in the infrastructure renewal. And so there's the funding piece of it where most of it is coming from capital reserves, none currently being funded by operations, but also supplementing with DCCs where appropriate. And in the current year, that's partially Stanford and partially the Alberni Highway project as well. So that's in 2026 and 2027, pulling those amounts from DCCs. Okay. That gets us to the end of operations. So just one last check-in. Were there any other questions on operations?
I've just let you know, I put Mike Denton kind of on the spot here, and that's what I was doing. Since we're talking about asset infrastructure and management, and these are all the results of this latest session that we've had here. I've asked Mike Denton to put just a quick summation. I hated to say the term, but it's like an exit interview, because as we know, Mike Denton is leaving shortly, but he's done amazing work in the time that he's here. So Mike has agreed to put just a very high level, just assessment or just review of what he has accomplished here in his term. And I think Mike, if we can just ask you, are you ready? I'm sorry, I saw you right. Just very high level, Mike, if you could anyhow. If you pass Mike a mic, that would be great. Thank you. Once again, my apologies, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor O'Brien. Yeah, just to summarize the work that has been done in the last couple of years on asset management. So starting when I got here, we reconvened the asset management committee, which takes all of the managers and directors for the city, and we try to meet quarterly to discuss asset management and progress in the asset management program. We also have a small working group between engineering and finance that meets bi-weekly, or I guess it's every 3 weeks now, but it used to be bi-weekly. So again, it's just a smaller working group that goes over some of the finer details that we might not get to in a quarterly review with everybody else. One of the first things we did when I got here was a vertical asset condition assessment. So that was when Suncorp came and did their assessment, and they reported to council on that. I think it was in 2023 they reported. We updated the asset management policy in either 2022 or 2023. Created an asset management strategy in 2023, which was brought to council for approval. A lot of my work involved compiling our asset listings, so that was taking a lot of data from all over the city and compiling it into central area. There was a useful life review that was done, which resulted in updates to our tangible capital asset policy. So we took groups from engineering, operations, basically everywhere. We came together, looked at our current useful lives, and we looked at them to decide, do these make sense? Are our assets actually lasting that long? Or are they lasting longer? Or are they not? So we updated the TCA policy based on that. A lot of work went into unit rate reviews for estimating for our asset management report cards and our estimated useful lives and our annual sustainable funding, our replacement values. There's been preparation of draft asset management plans. So we've got a few of those on the go right now. And those asset management report cards that you have seen the first 5 of those. So yeah, determining the annual sustainable funding and the 100-year outlook that we do show on the asset management cards. There's some work around risk management and overall risk assessment for our assets. We put, I don't know the exact number of staff members that we put through the certificate and asset management planning program. So that's done through NAMS Canada, but I think we've probably about maybe a dozen people. I think we put most of engineering through it, myself through it, and a few at ops as well. We did a natural asset management work plan through the Natural Asset Initiative. So that was done last summer. There was myself and a member of engineering, as well as a member of our parks department that looked at that. So that's basically, it basically asked us a bunch of questions about natural assets and helped us develop a bit of a plan moving forward for those. Right now, our plan is to get through the engineered assets first, though, before we start looking at natural assets in detail. A few of us participate in asset management communities of service. So that is where we meet. It's probably twice a year that we meet with a whole bunch of other municipalities, mostly on Vancouver Island, but also Sunshine Coast. And so we meet to discuss everything asset management, what our challenges are, what our successes are. And yeah, I mean, we're all in the same boat with this. We're all facing the same challenges. So unfortunately, my work hit a bit of a back burner this year, as I was covering for our utilities manager with some of the capital projects in the ERWS and on the water projects that we had. So next steps, I'd say what we have to do is we need to finalize the asset management plans that we're currently working on. Complete our work on natural assets as well. Really look into getting some asset management software. There's only so much we can do with Excel-based asset listings, and it's very hard to maintain and keep those lists up to date in Excel. So really, I think we need something where, we can have operators out there with a cell phone in their hand. They're digging up the ground. They can say, "Oh, give us a quick condition assessment." That goes into an asset management system, and we can keep track of things that way. Long-term financial plan is on the list. Continuous refinement of estimating data and building estimating database to get our annual sustainable funding numbers, a bit better as we go along. Documenting and formalizing levels of service. Some of the challenges. I think the challenges really revolve around data. It's constantly changing. We're never going to have perfect data. So really trying to stay up to date on that is a key challenge. Asset management plans really aren't the end goal of asset management. They're a really good milestone to hit. But they need to be reviewed and updated periodically, and the data always needs to be maintained. So it's a continuous process. I'd really like to thank this council, though. You've been very brave in supporting the asset management program and the funding that you have so far given the asset management program. As Jetta's presentation on Monday, there's work to do still, but I think we're making good progress toward it. The good thing is that Parksville has fairly young assets compared to a lot of the municipalities out there. So we don't have as big of a backlog as some of those other municipalities do. And in my opinion, we're in a bit better shape in that regard. So that's my high level 20,000-foot view. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Mike, for that spontaneous report. I can't believe it. You put that all together, and I thought it was very important for council to understand where we are and where we're going and where we need to be and how to get there. Just from what you said today, I learned a lot that I had no idea. So you've been very busy. My total appreciation to you for your professionalism, as well as your subbing in to help out fill a vacancy during your time here as well. Just putting on one of your other hats. I appreciate that. But I think we're in really good position to move forward with a lot of your suggestions, Mike. So thank you so much. Council, any other questions or comments to Mr. Denton while he's here in front of us? Councillor Gore, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just echo your comments. I want to thank Mike for all the important work that you did on asset management. It was wonderful to work with you on that important project for our community. And as our CAO has mentioned, the most important asset we have is people like you who work for our community. So thank you again for all the important work.
Sure.
All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, thanks, Mike. Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Beal. Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Thank you. Sorry, no, this was not a question for Mike, but I just will have a question before we move on to
Absolutely.
a different area.
Perfect.
I have
Is that
one
right?
thing to add that wasn't on Mike's very long list, and that was we have significantly increased requirements in reporting to the province and the federal government around capital assets and asset management. And the year before Mike was here, which also Marley wasn't here as well, there was a whole list of reporting that the province required, but had not given us any notice that this change was coming. And so many finance officers said, we don't have the data nor the capacity to do that. And so with all the work that we've been doing with with Mike leading that, we've been able to kind of do that reporting. It's so significant.
Wow.
And it sounds like the province and UBCM have finally meshed their reporting, because we used to have to do it for the province in one format and then a different format for our UBCM gas tax. So that's finally on the same page. But that's another part that wasn't on Mike's list, that we've been able to tick the box on that and actually have the ability to do that reporting based on all of that data analysis. And yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Thanks for that, Jetta. Yeah, I wasn't aware of the provincial requirements as well. We're asking you for even more information. Great. Councilor Beal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Jetta. Regarding this whole section, is snow removal included in this when looking at roads and so on? And I see you nodding in the affirmative. And I know that this past year we did approve the sidewalk snow clearing. I'm trying to recall if that was a pilot, if we're considering. So I just wonder if there's any thoughts or comments on that going forward, if that's included in the amount going forward, the anticipation that we continue with that program, or what?
Right.
point.
Through the mayor. So to your first question, yes, the snow clearing is part of our roads and drainage operational items. And we do have a reserve set up so that if we have a year where we really didn't use much of the budget, as part of that year-end surplus allocation, we would suggest to council to top up that reserve for the year that we have extra. So I understand from our crew that this year actually has been quite light, so we might see that, but there's still December. To the second point, it was a 2-year pilot. And so I think that we would be bringing back some information. I'm just going to look back to our director of operations in case he has anything to add to that, but it was a 2-year pilot going into the second year now.
Thank you. Through the mayor. Yeah, the pilot started last year. I think it was very successful. Sidewalks were great around our buildings along 19A in the downtown area. So that will continue through this winter. And then we would come back to council to see if you wanted to put that in as a operational annual budget item.
Follow up.
Thank you very much. And yeah, I'm very pleased that it's a 2-year program, because really you just get that information at the end of the year. One thing that I do recall with regards to any feedback from residents was that it was very well received as well. I do recall that someone who maybe needed some sort of a mobility device, I don't recall exactly what, found that the sidewalk was cleared, but then once it got onto the road, that there was a big pile. And so in fact, she couldn't continue on. So I hope that operations also got that information and is looking at any, possible refinements to that. Thank you.
Yes, and yeah, thank you, Councilor Beal, for bringing it up, because I know it's a very important issue, and it leads to another question. Recognizing that it is a 2-year pilot project, I would hope that Keith, that when we finish winter 25-26, that we have a report back, anyways, what this looks like, and if you recognize any inefficiencies of the sidewalk clearing program that may include, like a specific piece of equipment that is designed for clearing sidewalks, I would hope that you would, don't be shy, put that in your presentation, that, we're going to look at, it's another level of service, but to do it efficiently and properly, we need, like a ditch witch that cleans snow, that type of thing. I'm sure that they have it. We're not we're just the last municipality in Canada to realize that maybe we should do something for snow removal. So I think that would be very helpful if you recognize that. So we received a lot of very strong support for the sidewalk clearing this last year. As Councillor Beal mentioned, it was a lot of very appreciative comments received. So if we can make that better, but more efficient for you and your staff anyways, if we can eliminate some inefficiencies, we're looking forward to that. So thanks again. So I know you'll be monitoring it well. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Mary. That's good. Yes, Jenny.
Last
Karen.
functional item on the expenditure in our 5-year financial plan is the solid waste. If you recall, at the beginning of the day, we looked at fees collected for this contract that we have with the RDN. So we administer the billing related to garbage, recycling, and food waste collection. This is the expense side of it, again, based on assumption of increased rates at the RDN that I think is going to their board in January. So we'll update this as needed for the spring amended financial plan. Just as a note, the difference between the revenue that is charged and the cost is about net $120,000 to the city that covers our associated costs of administering the program and things like that. So it is a net revenue to the city for doing that. So that's the end of our kind of operating expenditures in the general fund. I have a couple of slides that summarize all of the reserves, tos and fros that we've been talking about. So I just would like to highlight some of those for council's information. In looking at transfers from reserves, this is typically for the minor capital and capital items from time to time for an operating item, especially where we have a carry forward amount similar to those kind of vacancies that I referenced at the beginning of the year where we're carrying forward that funding into this year because those positions were vacant. So using 5.8 million of capital reserves, 3.7 million of our Canada Community Building Fund Reserve, the Growing Communities Fund, 2.8 million. We're not using land sale reserve in the current year, but we did in 2025. The Parks Reserve supporting the Parksville Pathway project, the off-street parking reserve, and future expenditures reserve. And then other reserves that may be like the PCTC reserve or other ones of that nature, and then unrestricted operating surplus. I'm just going to pop back because you know what? I realized I hadn't highlighted a project here on this list. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to go back to that. And that was the city-owned parking lot that council approved last year. It was in the budget for $110,000. That's another one where there's been very significant cost escalation on. And as I mentioned, anytime we seem to be moving earth or constructing anything. So what we would like to do is bring back a spending proposal on this for further confirmation from council to proceed with this or to make amendments to the project and provide you with some more details on the new cost estimates related to that because it is significantly higher. This is funded by the parking reserve, but we don't want to assume that we're just going to do that escalated cost without confirming with council, given that the project really hasn't proceeded that far down the road. We've just done that kind of design piece so far.
This is the Stanford Road, Stanford.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So just so adjacent to the lawn bowling property is what we're speaking of right now. I think Councilor Martin, did you have your hand up? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate those comments. Jetta, particularly thinking that with the transportation plan, I believe that there was still going to be a look at parking and circulation and flow. And so I think having that additional information will also help inform us as to, what we should do going forward.
Right. On the November 12th meeting, there will be a short presentation with respect to some of those findings and recommendations in the transportation master plan. So it is an opportunity for council to perhaps give direction on that. And maybe this gets deferred subject to the findings related to that. So that's a good point to kind of tie those two together because maybe it's something that we want to wait on. But I think what we'd like to do is bring you some more information on those cost estimates and just get confirmation that you want to proceed, in which case we'd put the additional amount and related funding into here and ensure that if you still want to fund it from the parking reserve, that there's sufficient funds in there, et cetera.
Yes, and that was going to be like we're looking at our reserves that we have here in the different ones. With the cost escalation that is happening on the Stanford, because I know we're a lot has gone into design anyways for this particular. Do you feel that we have coverage anyways and the reserves that we have here, that instead of just the park reserve, the parking fund, that we may have other that we can tap into that qualifies for appropriate for a parking lot? Yeah.
I think so.
Okay.
What we want to make sure, I think that the latest cost estimate is closer to $350,000, where the initial approval was at 110. So we're looking at, perhaps triple the cost. There may be components that, maybe something could be discussed. For example, I believe that includes some allowance for lighting. Maybe that's something to consider. So, I always like to bring that back to council to make sure that even if the reserve is there, do you want to spend that money out of the reserve, right? Just looking ahead. So, yeah, we'll, as part of bringing some details back, we'll bring some up-to-date information on funding, including whether or not there's room in the parking reserve for that new cost estimate.
Right. And Janet, I know Kiva's not here right now, but any idea of timing estimate when you feel that that'll be brought to council?
I believe our plan right now is November 12th will be the information about the transportation master plan and the community groups. So that'll be a whole lot of decision items likely from that meeting. I think it's at our November 24th meeting that those council decision items will be brought back.
Yes.
That said, Kiva and I were chatting this morning about the possibility of adding perhaps some of it or the spending proposals to the November 17th regular council meeting, just to get that in front of you sooner, just to give you more time to think about it before a decision has to be made. So we're working on looking at those two meeting agendas, the 17th and the 24th, and just making sure that council has enough time to deliberate these before decisions are made and bylaws drafted.
Right. I'm just looking at advanced planning anyways for our meetings that we have before the end of the year. So
Right.
all that I'm suggesting is don't feel that you have to have it done before the end of the year. Like, this decision doesn't have to be made. We have like early January as well. We have lots of time before we make decisions financially. So what I'm getting already from our CAO is that the next meetings from now until the end of the year, we only have 3 council meetings.
Right.
And so the thing is that I don't want to overcrowd those type of thing. Nothing I dislike more than overtaxing our council anyways, to like long meetings that go too long where we're not at our best functioning history. So all I'm suggesting is that it gets pushed to January agenda. We're okay with that, because I realize to get there, staff have to get the reports and everything else to bring it all together, and they're already working to the max. So just keep that in.
Yeah, thank you for that. Of course, the reason we like to do this in the fall is to let our staff hit the ground running in January. But on some of these specific projects, council can defer the decision until the spring amended too, if there isn't any urgency on the project. And this may be one of those where maybe the work wouldn't get done until later anyway. So we'll certainly keep in communication on where those agendas are at and how many decision items are before council, and contemplate those meeting agendas accordingly.
Right.
November 24th is a special meeting, so that one is
Right.
dedicated completely to financial plan.
Exactly. Councilor Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because I'm the liaison with the PDBA, this comes up about parking all the time. Like, it's, now they were at it again this time, last meeting, every month. So I'm curious to know when the meeting will be, the decisions, because I will remind them that we're going to have a meeting. It can be deliberated here, they will see what's going on. So thank you. Yeah.
And also keep in mind, Councilor Martin, that we have a PDBA joint meeting coming up as well. So we can kind of give them a heads up at that time of what we're looking at in between the parking and the TMP. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, definitely keep those lines going. Yeah, good. Thank you.
Okay, great. So just getting back to summarizing the transfers from reserves, I'll just point out to you that the amount of the Canada Community Building Fund Reserve, the gas tax, 3.75 here. And that's because the 7 million related to the Strategic Priorities Fund is in current revenue. It's not in reserve. So this is a reflection of amounts that have been previously received of gas tax grants that were contributed to the gas tax reserve and then now being applied to infrastructure projects. So total of 17 million being transferred from reserves to various projects in the general fund.
Councillor Gore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Jenna, if you can go back slide, please. About the land sale reserve, can you refresh my memory on what we spent that over $1 million on?
That amount was related to the purchase of the additional share in the PCTC, the additional space, the VIU space upstairs
Okay.
in 2025 that was completed in very early 2025.
Okay, thank you. Do we have numbers on the parkland acquisition fund reserve?
That's the supplemental amount that is not funded by DCCs for the pathways project, the Parksville Pathway project. So it's 75%-ish funded by DCCs, and then the remainder is coming out of Parks Reserve here.
Okay, and sorry, the Parks Reserve is to also for the acquisition of parkland, correct?
Yes, it can also be used to purchase parks and
Okay.
parkland. Yeah. Okay, summarizing transfers to reserves, on the other hand, and we've gone through, I think, most of these in our various discussions, but just to show that it's a total of $4.8 million being contributed to reserves. And so here's where we see that this is the piece that is funded by property taxes for the most part, with the exception of the contribution to our gas tax reserves. And so this is where we're building this slowly and surely and in a kind of systematic way that doesn't have a significant impact on the property taxes, but is making, as we saw in the funding for various minor capital and capital projects, makes for significant flexibility for council when it comes to funding the peaks and valleys of some of that project work. And so this is the infrastructure, the protective services, the property taxes for water and sewer as well, and then the amounts that are being set aside for future projects like elections and master plans and Moby mats and storage sheds and things like that. So trying to move to a place with council's approval where we're starting to save for the renewal and replacement of those assets when they're purchased. Okay. Last slide before any other questions is just to give council a heads up about some of the items that will be coming for decisions at the 24th meeting likely. And most of these we've made reference to during our discussions yesterday and today, but on the operations side is looking at making those part-time park custodians, which have been funded and hired on a temporary basis for the last couple of summers, making that a permanent service level and an increased service level in the community park. So we'll bring you some details on that. The where the sequoia tree was cut down downtown here, looking at a project around the redesign of that area and construction. On the corporate side, emergency plans for the downtown and community park, and Kiva made reference to that in her presentation. The cost escalation on the downtown parking lot and the cost escalation on the lacrosse box upgrades. So both of those are in there for council's confirmation of what amount we're going to put in the financial plan. A proposal with respect to co-op students. And if you recall, last year we had 2 co-op students that worked in our utilities area that were funded from surplus. What we would like to get approval from council on is a continuing ability to hire co-op students, but only when salary surplus is available to fund it. So not an extra taxation item, but just to bring that forward. They were it was a positive experience to have those co-op students. And I think it's also part of kind of a longer term recruiting type scheme as well. And other departments in addition to utilities might like to take advantage of that. So just bringing that back to council for a confirmation of understanding around that. Phase 2 of the Parksville Pathway, bringing you some cost estimates on that and some potential funding. So that would be at the completion of this current phase, which hopefully we have construction completion in 2026. So looking beyond that at the next phase that has been discussed as part of an overall project, but was not in the financial plan. Some accessible parking spots in the community park, just bringing some cost estimate around that. And then November 12th will be that kind of short list of the transportation master plan potential recommendations and getting direction from council, whether there's any of those that you would like to have costed out and what years you might see, including those in the financial plan. The other item, of course, is following Monday's presentation is looking at possible infrastructure funding alternatives and a program for that over an extended time. So, which may or may not include an increase in the current year, but looking at kind of tying that up a little bit. So those are items that will be coming to you 17th or 24th for further direction. And with funding alternatives, I think that for most of the staff ones, we have non-taxation options for you. So hopefully none of these will result in an increase in taxes. So if there's any direction from council on anything you'd like brought back at this time or any other questions, we've still got our team here that could respond to anything. Otherwise, I think we're done for today until next Wednesday, and appreciate the attention. I know this is a lot of information, but I do think having these 2 days back to back is really a great way to kind of get it all on the table per se, and try and have our team here to respond to questions.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say, open up the floor down to council for not only just questions, but any comments. And did we leave anything out that you were hoping to identify here? Or is there something that you didn't understand that you didn't get a chance to question it? Or just pretty well generally anything that's been presented the last couple of days? The floor is yours.
Or do you just need to curl up in the corner?
Yeah. Yeah, no going into fetal position just yet. We're still in pretty good shape.
Great.
Councillor Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much. I almost hate to say it, but I've really enjoyed these 2 days. Although I think I did have a little, like a 20-minute nap yesterday when I got home before going on to other things. One area that isn't brought up here is council contingency, and there's normally an amount that's sort of parked there. I wonder if you can comment on that and how much out of that has been used this year, and just refresh everyone's mind as to how much that is. I believe it's at 25,000, but I might be wrong on that.
Yeah, that was right at the beginning of the day, and it is 25,000, and it's included in that legislative item, which was one of those first slides. I believe that actually zero has been spent in 2025. And so it is in each year of the 5-year financial plan. What I would recommend to you is that as you receive these requests, either from community groups or otherwise, that is something that in perhaps 2 years ago, council kind of methodically allocated some of that in advance to a couple of priorities, so that it only kind of really left, say, $10,000 of contingency for the rest of the year because you'd chosen a couple things, but there has been none of it spent in 2025 year to date.
So can that actually be used then for the groups that are appearing to us in a couple of days?
Well, yeah, certainly council could give direction to carry forward that funding, which we wouldn't typically do automatically. But
right.
If you don't have any plans for it this year, you could say, let's use this year's funding, carry it forward to next year to possibly fund any of those additional requests that you receive.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. Go ahead, Mary. Yeah, follow up.
Yes, follow up. Thank you for clarifying that, because yes, I do have some plans for spending some money. No, I'm thinking particularly of students in AVICC and some possibilities there that I'd like to discuss further with our CAO before bringing something forward specifically. But thank you for clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I see you. Councillor Gord, did you have any questions? I just saw your hand go up, but I didn't see your yellow hand go up.
Well, since you asked.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick refresher again, Jetta. What is the amount in our unrestricted surplus at this time? And I think it was mentioned yesterday, but slipped my mind.
Yeah, I don't have that number actually. It'll be dependent on where all of our surpluses land this year. So we can certainly bring that, an estimate that'll be more accurate in January to council, but there's a lot of moving numbers and a lot of projects underway right now, so it's hard to estimate. All we could do is give you our audited balance from last year at the end of 2024. But again, that wouldn't be all that accurate at this point, just because it wouldn't reflect 2025 operations yet.
Would I be completely off if I guesstimate it to be around 10 million?
Yeah, I think you would be quite off if you guesstimated it. I think it's, yeah, it can really vary wildly. And so I certainly wouldn't want to guesstimate it myself without some analysis. And like I say, we've got a lot of things in progress right now that'll be impactful on that. So about all we could report for sure would be what was in the audited financial statements last year, less what was allocated by council earlier in the year. But it will be brought back to council as it is, according to our policy, at the end of the audit for council to evaluate the level of the accumulated surplus and what amounts you might like to allocate to specific reserves, with the understanding that with our reserves policy, the amount that's in unrestricted surplus is considered kind of the working capital minimum amount we would want to have to respond to emergent items, as well as have the flexibility to take advantage of opportunities like grants and have funding available for that. So I guess my thoughts on it is I don't think there's excess in there unless there's something comes out of 2025. We wouldn't want to dip too far into our unrestricted surplus just based on our policy direction.
Yeah, no, I look forward to those options where we can possibly move some of the amount, which may be above the contingency fund that we need for operations.
Yeah, as a reminder, we have done some of that already within this financial plan, specifically related to our 2 staff vacancies and the 1 RCMP position. So that totals about $500,000 of surplus that we have moved into the 2026 financial plan to fund those in 2026 instead of 2025 when they were unspent. So in essence, we've already kind of moved that forward to offset the property tax burden already in 2026.
Great, thank you. Councilor Martin, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is sort of a blue sky thought. I'm the liaison for the Parksville Historical Society, Museum and Historical Society. The property is owned by the city. And the Visitors Bureau, which is there, is owned by the city, from what I understand.
It's an agreement with the Chamber of Commerce.
Is it? Because it was suggested to me that it be a line item in our budget. I've had this come from more than one place regularly. This has been going on for a few years because I was there long before I was even a counselor. And that maybe the staff at the museum could be running the visitor center. I don't know what the agreement is there, but it could all be one and open all year round. They're open this year, changing the staffing. And this is just a, you know, they like to see a line item rather than, you know, they're coming in on the 12th. They've got their, whatever they're doing. So I'm just putting that out there since you asked, you know, no one asked.
Recognize, Councilor Martin, that there already is an agreement in place. You saw in the financial plan, I think it was like $58,000 provided. And so there's an agreement in place. So that would mean actually removing it from the Chamber of Commerce, but they also have the condition of using that building as well. So to switch it over to a Parksville Museum entity would be difficult unless the Chamber of Commerce has decided that they don't want to be part of that anymore.
These ideas come forward and, you know, it's not something that would happen. I guess that agreement with the chamber goes on for so many years and it has to be renewed, and all this could be looked at down the road. This is just ideas, and I'm just sharing that because is said to me more than once, many times. And so I'm just quite proud of the management of the museum, having the, when you, Nancy Martin happens to be coming, she's not a relative of mine, but she's, her experience and expertise has come from being involved with the provincial government of Saskatchewan. She was with their museum society in the province. So she's had a lot of experience. So I'm just thinking of, you know, how things can evolve, how things do evolve. So I'm just sharing that. So there you go. You ask, I'm sharing. Thank you.
There you go. Councillor Guns, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to the staff. Thank you so much for all the work put in by Jetta and all the team there, and great to spend a couple days together going through all these numbers, which represent actual work being done and good works being done in our community. So thank you very much. I do have a question. There was a bit of a touching on the topic of finding sources of revenue. And I recall last year around this time, we were discussing the potential of a sponsorship policy being put in place. Is there any update on that project? I didn't see that on the work plan.
Unless Amanda knows something, I think we'll have to defer that to Kiva and get back to you on that. I don't have any awareness of that project and where it might be in the scheme of things, but yes, I don't think it was on the work plans. So I think we'll have to defer to Kiva and ask her to get back to council on that.
Okay, great. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. Any other further comments? Questions? Great lunch, by the way. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for all the staff for showing up here. Jetta, amazing presentation. Actually, I found it very enjoyable as well. It was engaging. I was really getting excited.
Thank you.
Yeah, I realized, well, we should be really tired. You know, as Councillor Beal says, she had a nap.
I also had a nap, but
we've had a busy
oh, wait.
3 years. Yes. I have a comment from Mr. Denton from our staff team. Mr. Denton, if you will.
I realized I forgot when I was doing my asset management review there, a couple of important acknowledgements. So I just wanted to acknowledge Sean Boven, Marley Boven, and Jetta Boven, or Jetta Holmes.
We are family.
Yeah, for just being passionate asset management champions for the city. Without their support and without council's support for asset management, we wouldn't be, none of this work would have been possible that we've got to this point. I also do want to acknowledge the engineering team with Sean as their lead for all the work on the master plans they've done. They've really informed the asset management program as well as Keith. He's done a lot of work with facilities assessments that have also informed the asset management plan. So you are in good hands for asset management. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. We really appreciate that. It's nice to know of the cooperation that you receive from all the staff, because this actually covers every department. Yeah, it really does. And so recognizing that it's totally a team effort. So it's great. We have an amazing team. Thank you, one and all. I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn. I think I can probably go to Councillor Wood on this. Councillor Wood moves. Councillor Beal seconds. All those in favor? Thank you. We are adjourned.